Morning, Leah.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. How are you doing?
Oh, pretty good.
Were you able to view both sites yesterday?
I was, yeah. Thanks for responding quickly on that.
I did get an email from Alex this morning letting me know that he was on site, but I haven't heard from John or Val yet if they were able to view the site this morning.
Okay, so we also need to do consent. Was it consent, the first one, is that not being heard?
Correct. That one is the one that's being dropped.
We're going to C2 then. Okay, well, can I start that or do I need to wait for somebody?
Can you take a peek at the comments and see if it's mostly landscaping?
Okay.
It is. It would be great for you to get started, and then we can get some
Okay.
Architectural input when the others jump on board.
Yeah, it looks like it's pretty minimal and it does look pretty landscapey. So I think we can maybe get going on that. Do we have, let's see, who is this? I think it was Becker. Do we have anyone from Becker Studios here to represent the second consent item, which is the 2957 EVR LLC edition?
Mr. Chair, I do not see anybody labeled as C2 on my list.
All right, well, I guess we'll just take a look. It is pretty minor, so. All right, so existing paving is excessive and would be better if the hardscape was permeable. Proposed. All right, doesn't really say. Proposed. Also show neighboring structures. Share with photos. See photos? Yeah. All right. It's just irrigation. Well, I don't see any call outs for the paving. There's no real hardscape plan. Driveway, motor court. It doesn't really say what anything is. So. Well, Leah, I don't see any call outs for any hardscape anywhere. So maybe we can get in touch with these guys and do this later.
Yep, I can send out an email. I think Katie Knoll, who's the planner, I think she has a few other items on the agenda as well. So she may be seeing us in just a few minutes.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, it's not, the comment is about the the existing paving being excessive and be better if it was permeable, but we also need to know what sort of all the paving is slated to be, unless I'm just not seeing it. So, all right. Yeah, okay, not seeing it. Wonder if everybody got stuck in traffic.
Yeah, I think that asking them to drive all the way out to Summerlin and be back in an hour is kind of wishful thinking.
That's why I didn't want to go today.
Yeah, let's give them a few minutes. If they don't show up by 10:15-ish, then I'll start making some phone calls.
Okay. Yeah, the freeway looks open, so I don't know.
Hello.
There's one. Hey, John. How we doing?
Hi.
So, John, we were the consent agenda. The first item dropped or was pushed. Second item was East Valley Road, 2957. And if you see in the comments, it just talks about the paving. And we requested hardscape be permeable if possible, return with photos, but there's no call outs for any hardscape on any of the plans, it seems. It just says driveway. So we're going to request that they get back to us sometime today with that information. So in the meantime, is that you, Alex? Yep. And so I think
apologies for the delay. I was doing my site visits and I just made it a little bit late.
Yeah, and I think we're just waiting on Val now.
Okay.
Yeah, I just came from the site visits.
Okay. I went yesterday.
So we need to do the minutes and the agenda report or the agenda status. Has that changed?
We haven't got there yet. We can't start. We don't have a quorum.
Okay.
And hopefully, I mean, Leah, I don't know if you checked to see if anybody had to step down for any items, but we only have 4 today. So if there are any, then that item will not be heard.
You know what? I heard from Robert on Wednesday evening that he wouldn't be showing up. So I'm just keeping my fingers crossed that none of you guys have much work on the agenda today.
Yeah. John, Alex, do you guys have any conflicts that you need to step down for?
No,
Nope.
no.
Okay.
Do you want to pause the meeting until Valerie shows up?
I think we've just been sitting here. So anybody got any jokes?
Just a reminder, we are live on YouTube.
Well, I want to say, Leah, thanks for taking such good care of me.
Oh, I'd love to. And we should be back in person relatively soon. So the end is in sight. Go back to our lunchtime site visits and stuffing our bellies before we come back for the second half.
Excellent.
Oh, good.
Coffee and naps.
Yes.
Oh, Leah, did you get my email last night?
I did. You know, Joe actually isn't going to be our planner anymore. We now have Alex Tuttle, who had to step out for a little bit this morning. So Nicole Liu and Tess Harris are going to kind of be juggling this meeting, but going forward, it's going to be Alex Tuttle.
Oh, okay.
So long story short, those comments weren't really addressed, but next time, next time we should be good to go.
So then what do we do about the comments from item 1? Because they look like the old ones.
You know what? Let me take a peek and I will get those updated.
Okay.
Well, do I have time to go get a cup of coffee?
Sure. I guess whenever.
Well, it's a quick thing.
Yeah.
Here I go.
Bring me one too, will you?
So did you guys do the consent calendar or not?
Yeah, there wasn't much to do. The first item dropped, and the second item, they didn't address the comments. So we're going to try and see if we can get somebody, because nobody from the applicant team was here. So yeah, we'll have to get to that later, I guess, to kick the can down the road a little bit.
You know what, Chris? That item, number 1, is actually on the unapproved minutes for review today.
Okay, so we'll use that for the
Yeah, so
comments.
once they get edited, we'll use those ones.
Okay, and then the only other thing that might cause a problem was item 6, the landscape plan is like 286 megabytes for one sheet. So I'm not even going to try to open that. So if they want that to be reviewed, they can send us a compressed PDF.
Hey, Greg, are you already online?
Hello,
Oh, there he is. Hi, Greg.
how you doing? Yeah, there should have been another one sent to the planner, but it was more condensed. That's item 6 you're talking about?
Yeah,
Yes.
just the landscape plan was enormous.
Do you want me to send another one to somebody really quick, or?
Sure.
You know what that's, or if you have the version that you sent over to the planner, if you have that available on your screen, I can give you the ability to share it.
Yeah.
I can just hold up my iPad and show it to you. That would be okay.
Yeah, as long as you're able to share your screen, we can just look at it through your.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So that's fine.
Yeah, it was a monster. Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay, Valerie's making me a tiny bit nervous. I'm gonna give her a phone call.
Yeah, exactly.
Do any of you guys happen to have her cell number? I only have the one for the office and she didn't answer.
Yeah, I'll call her.
Thank you.
Okay, Val is already here. I guess we didn't notice. So we can now begin the SBAR meeting of July 9th, 2021, starting with public comment. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on an item that is not on the agenda for today? If so, please raise your virtual hand.
I do not have any requests to speak.
Okay, I don't see any hands going up. So item 2 is the minutes from June 18th. That's the last meeting, so we'll take some time here to review those. So everybody hang tight. All right, item number 1. I'll make this a little bigger maybe.
Wasn't I absent on that meeting?
I don't remember.
Yeah, I think that this is the last meeting, right?
Yeah, 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, I went to see my newborn granddaughter.
Oh, that's right. All right. Good. So, well, you can still make, show spelling errors and whatnot.
Yeah, I had noticed that on the minutes attached to the current agenda for Purcell, item number 1, that
Yeah,
it
they're all
should have these minutes instead of the
Yep.
ones from before.
exactly. So yeah, we'll be reading these.
Okay, good.
When the time comes.
Good.
All right. Any comments there? Changes?
No.
Looks good. Number 2.
Yeah. Item C on number 2, which trees was that?
There were
Was it all through the middle of the property, those trees?
Yeah, I think there was a wide variety of species, and some of
Oh.
which were really
Oh,
large.
get big.
Yeah.
Did they have Tipuana? No.
Yeah.
They did?
Hmm.
Now, wouldn't Tipuana, I mean, they're notoriously messy, right? No?
Yeah, somewhat. I mean, there's no perfect tree,
Oh, come on.
but yeah, they can be a little messy. I wouldn't say extremely. I mean,
Okay.
you know, that parking lot over on at 101 in Carrillo, there's so many trees there, and that's usually a mess. But
Yeah.
I use the tree a lot, actually.
Yeah. Well, it's a great
Good, fast growing
shade tree. Yeah.
And they also have very destructive roots, so you got to give them plenty of room to.
Oh, because I just worry that's such a constricted site with all that outdoor paving for
Yeah.
kid areas that maybe, well,
I think Tipuana is just not an appropriate tree.
it's
for
not
that
I don't think it is. Now,
for a couple of reasons.
what did they got preliminary and final, right? No, just preliminary.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the beauty of Tipuana is that it grows fast and it's huge.
Yeah.
Right.
If you need shade and you need it soon, you know, it's wonderful. You know, it's
Yeah.
on the west side. They have several streets, and I think Valerio, and they look like bigger jacarandas. You know, the
Right.
jacarandas. And I
Mhm.
don't know. I see them in Buenos Aires. They have them, and you know, it's local from northeast Argentina. Anyway, I'm biased to it.
Huh.
Yeah, I use it all the time, actually. Okay,
Okay.
we're all good with those comments, though, for the
Yeah.
Park
Yes. So.
Circle or Summerlin. Oh, the fuel place, gas station.
Yeah. I think letter C should be worded more strongly. I mean, we went from not having the awning and wanting a real entry to an absolute flat wall with nothing.
Mm-hmm. So that includes recessing. Utilize instead of consider.
Yeah.
And same thing with D. I don't think it's study. They're just going to come back and say, nah.
Yeah, no, I feel like there was not much constructive response.
Yeah, I think
it was more spent on saying all the things they didn't want to do. And you know, it's an important building in the middle of Summerlin. It's just,
yeah, I think it should just say add at grade planter along sidewalk to help with streetscape beautification and safety.
Yeah. Yeah, and also we were pretty strong about restoring the outlook, letter E, restoring the outlooker beams.
Yeah.
Instead of saying board supports, just say restore outlooker beams and fuel canopy.
Mm-hmm. Okay, is that all clear? Is it Tess?
And
this is Nicole. Sorry. I missed some of the. We're on item 2. Is correct?
We're on 3.
We're
3?
actually we're on 3 now.
Okay.
So I'll just recap then. Item C should say utilize instead of consider. Item D should say add at grade planter along sidewalk.
Okay.
And then E should say restore outlooker beams in fuel canopy beyond crossing beam.
Okay, got it.
Okay, 4 not heard. 5.
these guys didn't get preliminary at all. There's just nothing, huh? The Summerland, right? That's amazing. Yeah. Because
Yeah,
they seem like very small items. I don't know.
well, there was just so much pushback all the
Yeah,
time.
it went completely backwards, Alex.
Oh, I see. Okay.
It-
All right.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
but we did-
everything that was potentially good was taken away.
Yeah, we did give them the opportunity to come back for prelim final though. So
Mhm,
Yeah.
mhm. Okay.
So where's where the changes? Okay, final and consent for 5.
You know, on 5 there, it says roof pop-out element on north elevation is too close to the roof line. It should be studied. Actually, it's not a roof pop-out, it's a pop-out on the wall.
Right.
Yeah, that's right.
So just pop out
Could it-
element on north elevation is close to roof
Yeah,
line
I
and
think
should
that's
be
good enough.
restudied. So we gave final approval number 6, number 7. Toro Canyon.
Yeah, it's okay.
I guess I want to do a little work on number 8. Mm. And letter B, board is appreciative of attention being paid to trees. I think instead we want to say that
I think we could remove that sentence. Doesn't really.
yeah, we could remove it, but I think I want to say that screening along eastern property line is essential, as is the southern property boundary. So, you know, that's how they satisfied some of the concerns, is with the screening. But it needs to be really clear that that's why it's okay. Because the building's very far forward, it's going to be very visible, and the thing that's going to help it is the screening.
Do you want to sum that up for Nicole?
I'm trying to figure that out. So take out board is appreciative of the attention being paid to trees.
Screening along east and south property line is
Appreciated.
Is, well, not appreciated, is essential.
Yeah.
Is essential and
is essential to sort of nestling the house into the site.
yeah.
Or is essential to the hillside site.
Well,
Let's give Val a chance here.
Must match the conceptual, you know, the execution must match the conceptual
Design or proposal.
presentation, or yeah. You know, because I don't know, can you read back what we have?
Sure. So I have screening along eastern and southern property lines is essential to nestling the house into the site. And the olive grove along the southern property boundary is important to the site design. And then you were just saying that I I wasn't sure if you're finished with your last, but basically saying that it's essential that the execution match what's shown on the plans. It's essential that the execution on site match what's proposed on the project
Yeah.
plans.
Yeah.
And I think you could remove the olive grove along southern boundary as important because we just summed it up with east and south is essential.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not sure that it's on the property boundary as much as it is in front of the infinity pool. And that's where the grade completely falls away. I mean, I still think there's dramatic grade drop right there. Mm.
So screening along eastern and southern,
Perimeters of development.
there you go.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah, now they had the sycamores along the east, or
No.
they had some up above as well, didn't they?
There was one behind the house, and then there was like 3, I think, in front of the barn. But I want to add to that comment, actually.
Yeah. Now I think we discussed that oaks are super appropriate. So could we say consider
Additional oaks.
additional oaks in lieu of sycamore, more consistent with that hillside setting?
Yeah, and I don't want to limit him necessarily. I mean, he wants to go with native, so there's not that many options. But I think let's just rephrase that number D. Consider an alternative tree species to sycamore, such as oak,
Right.
that is more consistent with the hillside setting and won't grow so tall. And he wanted deciduous, right? So I don't think we should even say such as oak. I think he already knows he's going to get more oaks.
Okay.
He wanted a deciduous tree. So the thing is, the tree is going to grow 3 times higher than the house. So it's really going to call attention to the site.
Yeah.
And that's not what we want. So I think consider an alternative species to sycamore that is more consistent with the hillside setting and won't grow so tall. And then just say, tall trees will call more attention to the site.
Yeah.
Whereas we're trying to let the development proceed into the hillside.
When you say consider, it sort of gives them an option, right? Maybe we should say
Use alternate
use oak trees instead of sycamore because,
Yeah, so just say
more
use an
compatible
alternate.
with the site.
Just instead of consider, just say use an alternate tree species or alternative tree species. Got it?
Got it.
All right, number 9. Number 10. Number 11. Okay, maybe 11C should just say restudy tower.
Yeah.
Okay, anything else?
Nope. I think
Someone want to make a motion to approve these?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes as amended.
I'll second it.
Okay, second by John. All those in favor? Aye.
Abstain.
1 abstention. Okay, very good. Thank you. Moving on. Number 3, SBAR members informational briefings. Anyone have any good or bad news? to share?
I have a question. I think I misunderstood how the site visit was being done today. Was that an actual organized, everybody be there at the same time site visit?
No.
Because the way the agenda is worded, it says, that the applicants should be prepared to present their projects on the site.
Yeah,
But that's not that's not what happened, right? I ended up going yesterday.
Yeah.
So I didn't go this morning, but
Yeah,
Was there-
I went this morning. There were a couple of individuals there. I was
Uh-huh.
hoping to find you, all of you. It wasn't clear. I mean, it seemed like the way the agenda reads, it seems like something would be happening there. Tom Evans said, "Well, I thought it would be an architect with plans to show." You know, anyway, that kind of a thing.
yeah, I was a
Maybe
little
they-
confused.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe next time we should be more clear about what to do.
I went this morning and the neighbors on Whitney were out in the street,
Right.
and trying to make their point.
Mhm.
So, I mean, I think they appreciated, my showing up, and
So no architect at either site?
No.
well, at the other site, there was nobody there on Evans.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
Yeah, I think if we're gonna switch to more in-person site visits, I mean, I think this works well to have the 9 o'clock hour be the site visits. But if it's gonna be, say that there should be architects ready to present, then everybody should be there at the same time, I guess.
yeah, that's a good point. So,
It's just gonna make the neighbors more frustrated than ever with the process.
yeah, so Leah, can we make sure that we're clear next time as to who's supposed to be there?
Yeah.
And when?
You know what, Mr. Chair? We do not officially have the green light to conduct official site visits. I did place them on the agenda because, I think it's fair that the public should know, when the story polls are going up and which sites are being reviewed on which agendas. But officially, we do not have the green light to actually hold official site visits with members of the public and agents and applicants.
Well,
So-
then maybe we
Well,
should change the wording and it shouldn't say that a
This-
representative should be prepared to present their project on site at 9.
That's a copy and paste error on my end.
Oh, okay.
But
Yeah.
that was just out of laziness. That's just out of habit. It's normally the language that gets placed with any kind of site visit.
Yeah.
But no, I see your point. And I think that we're getting closer to actually having more group-like site visits, similar to the ones that we had before.
Yeah.
We just haven't officially gotten the green light to really go forward full
Right.
force.
Okay.
All right. Let's see. Also, I guess, as was already stated, we only have 4 folks today. Josh, Kaylee, and Robert are out. So we have a minimal review board today, so everyone knows. Anything else?
Oh,
No? I feel like there was something. Oh, well. Okay, staff update, item 4. Any,
Okay, this is Alex Tuttle. I am back and happy to join you guys. So I'll be taking over sort of the staffing responsibilities from Joe Dargle moving forward.
Oh,
what happened?
Oh, just nothing really. We're just kind of shifting things around. I have been assisting with the Montecito BAR for the last few years, but Kimberly McCarthy is now going to be doing that. And
Okay.
so
Welcome aboard.
I'm
Yeah.
joining you guys, rejoining you guys after a bit of a hiatus.
All right. Good.
Other than that, I don't really have anything to report.
Okay. Item 5 was the site visit, which it sounds like everyone here went to see. I went yesterday, Val went yesterday, and Alex and John went this morning. So we can then move right into, consent agenda. Today, item C1 was dropped or pushed. Item C2 didn't have anyone representing, and the comments, from what I could tell, were not addressed. So we're going to try and contact that applicant to see if they can walk us through the changes to the project before we make any maneuvers on consent agenda. So
Mr. Chair,
we'll,
I was actually going to address this during the agenda status report, but now might be a good time. I did get in contact with the agent and the planner for that item, and they're actually going to be heard on the 23rd instead.
okay. So basically there was no consent agenda today. All right. So we'll move on to the standard agenda, beginning with item number 1, which was also a site visit item. This is the Purcell new single-family dwelling. Request of Bree Medley, agent for Chris Purcell, for further conceptual and preliminary approval of a new 3,173 square foot single-family dwelling with an attached 695 square foot garage and 1,170 square feet of decks on a vacant parcel. This is located at 171 Evans Avenue in Summerlin, and last heard April 16th. No, that's not right. Hold on. I need to do a new share here.
Last meeting, June 18th.
Right. So last heard 3 weeks ago on June 18th. So, so we have the applicant here with us. I think you hired Bree.
Hi, guys.
How was your TV debut yesterday? I didn't get a chance to see it. Move on.
We'll move on from that.
Let's see. So do you want me to read through these? We just basically, we don't need a new presentation. We just want to address the comments. So do you want me to read through those? And
I don't know. I mean, if you'd like to, that's great. I've got there's a couple of other comments that Val had made in regards to some of the thicknesses associated with the deck banding. And I wanted to address that, but whichever way is easiest. And I apologize for not being at the site visit. I got confused as to whether I'm supposed to be there, just given the new
Yeah,
rule.
no, I think we were all confused. So join the club.
so you can either go through these. You can either go through these one by one, or I can read them and then you can.
Okay.
I'll just read them. I'll read them. Here we go. All right. Anyway, so comment A, board appreciates presentation of proposed project and that the neighborhood has been taken into consideration with the proposal. Overall massing and architectural style is appropriate. Site visit and story poles is required. Study 3-story unbroken line on southwest corner. As designed, it appears too heavy or tall. Shape of the driveway approach is acceptable, but overall width may need to be increased. Return with a developed landscape plan. Planting palette is generally acceptable, but plant grouping should be studied. Consider naturalized placement of plants rather than straight lines. Return with hard-lined elevations and sections showing site constraints. Board appreciates stepping back of site walls. Consider integrating wall ends better into landscape by curving them into grade. So
Okay.
I'll hand it over to you, Bree.
Perfect. Okay, so from the standpoint of the story poles, I will obviously defer to you guys on your feelings about that. The story poles were installed last week, and I think they pretty well represent the massing in relationship to the neighbors, as well as being able for the rear neighbors to feel how that mass is going to be approached from their views. When it comes to the 3-story unbroken line on the southwest corner, I think we discussed that the garage itself steps back. So that southwest corner does get broken up from the standpoint of it doesn't go all the way to the ground. It stops shy of that. We've also pulled that portion of the sort of screen wall, if you will, towards the western property line. And we've shrunk it down. It was higher, it was up at 42 inches. So we've actually dropped it down to 30 inches and we've continued a singular rail on the top just to kind of pull that mass of wood down. So I feel like we've done a pretty good job there. We also have increased the thickness of the bands on each. Yeah, if we want to pull up the elevations, I can talk through that a little bit.
So that's what I forgot to mention at the, during, does anyone want to be Josh today, or should I try and do it all? You know what I mean? Like pull up the plans and all that good stuff.
You
Any
can do
volunteers?
it all, Chris. You're amazing.
right, well, it might take a little longer. So just tell me what files to open.
So let's go to, I think it's dated 0625, 210625. And I think it says BAR CDP plans.
The last one, the last one on the list, Chris.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
It's the Purcell BAR CDP drawing, down one. There you go. So if you go to page, sorry guys. Page
Page
9.
9.
Val's got it taken care of. Thanks, Val. Okay. Well, we've skinnied it out. So we've thinned out that portion of the wall. We were going to align it with sort of the big piece of stucco that's on that side next to the garage, but it felt too skinny. I liked the idea of that line, but at the same time, yeah, it felt too skinny if we got to that to align with that piece of stucco. And given the three-dimensional nature of that, it didn't feel like it warranted having the same exact width, especially since it did feel a little bit awkward. But we also beefed up those two curbs at each of those decks so that they're no longer just the thickness of the deck, but there's an 8-inch curb around it. So it got a little bit thicker and mimics more the great room side, giving those bandings a little bit more girth, which I feel like it's done a pretty good job to kind of beef that up, and they don't feel quite so thin and stringy.
So quick question then while we're on this railing is at,
yeah.
And then
That railing is at, it is at 36.
This is 36 and then it jumps up to 42 for this portion?
Correct. So that piece of wall is about 14, 15 feet in height.
Right here, yeah.
Yes.
Isn't it 42-inch requirement right here or no?
I think for a residential, it's still 36.
Okay.
I think it
Really?
is
I
42.
didn't think so.
Oh, sorry. Okay. That'll go up to 42.
It'll go up. And then this one
So
too, right?
Yes, that one will go up too as well.
All right. All right, good.
So that was kind of our response to that. The other thing we did is we changed out the walls associated with the driveway so that they feathered more into the driveway curb that exists. And you'll see in the landscape plan, there's a little bit of rockery we've put along that edge just to create a banding. But no, we're no longer seeing the end caps of walls the way we were. So you can see from that street rendering, we've pulled everything down to try and kind of help it sort of ease into the road versus having those end caps that were there.
Okay.
And I will say from this standpoint, we have not updated all of the landscaping because you'll see with the landscaping plan, it's pretty heavy and the rendering started getting a little unruly. But from a massing standpoint, this is still pretty on point. The other things that we've done, we looked at the site plan itself and increased the driveway width. It was 12 feet at its narrowest, and we've increased it to 13 feet just to give a little bit more graciousness. I'm in that space, but the one thing I didn't want to do was really minimize that sort of planting court right at that circular part, because I think that that's going to be a really nice space for getting some bigger trees, some bigger plantings to kind of soften up that entire 3-story portion. Then there's the landscape, and I believe Charles McClure is here.
Yeah, I'm here.
He's great. He's our landscape architect, and he's put together a landscape plan for the project, and I would like to defer to him on this discussion since he is the expert.
Hi, it's Chuck McClure. Yeah, I put this landscape plan together, and on the south side of the driveway, we're just putting some oaks in, and the hope is that those come up 15 feet or so to kind of temper the view of the project from down below. And then there's just some pretty tough natives on that slope, not particularly heavily packed, but just kind of in a natural way. And then I've got, I'm just trying to be careful of the views of the neighbors above. And so there's not much treeage, except for down low. So I'm thinking, I'm just trying to preserve views and not alarm the neighbors from above. It's very Mediterranean and drought tolerant, though we do have a piece of lawn. And if you'll just kind of scroll through the legend, you can see what's proposed. And I'm trying to use things in drifts. The plan, the plan looks kind of busy, but if you really study it, it's many things are similar species grouped together. So I don't believe it's too busy.
All right, anything else?
That's all. Thank you.
The drawings themselves. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
We've returned with the hardline elevations, trying to show some shadow lines to help really give a good idea of the movement in the elevations themselves. And then there's the building sections exist. And they're the same as what they were before. I think that may have been missed. Yeah. So showing them in context with the neighbors, we have two site sections showing where the neighbor buildings are in relationship from floor lines, as well as massings. And then there's true building sections that show property lines and the site constraints associated with those property lines on the next 2 pages. And they also show our height limitation. Our height limitation is that top, the upper line, and we are under our max height by about 4 inches. And then lastly, there is a rendering section that we've updated our building renderings if it makes it helpful to see the sort of 3-dimensional view on the street.
I think, Bree, what we're missing on this and what Josh was getting at is typically you have another line here that follows the grade that shows the height limit.
And so I've been working with, so the elevations do show that, and that I was working with Tess and Cassidy on this, and it's
Here, okay.
that portion, yeah, that is there, but it's a 25-foot height limit, which is, I'll defer to Tess and Cassidy on this because it's actually not applicable. It's really just from it's the max building height from the lowest point on the grade to the highest point on the building. So that line, I couldn't find the actual wordage they wanted. The 25-foot is just associated with Ridgeline Hillside, but it's not specific to this area. So I put it on there.
This is Alex. Let me just clarify. So it's actually both. So the 25-foot height limit would apply at any single point along the elevation. And then the maximum height is from the highest point to the lowest point as it steps down the slope.
So it'd be like here?
So it would be to wherever the wall, it's either to existing grade or to finished grade of the lowest point of the structure, wherever it intersects with the grade.
So Chris, on that upper elevation, the south elevation, we've shown that where it's hitting the grade, that max height. And then on the sides where you can see the sloping elevation associated with the grade, we've done the 25-foot on the elevations.
Okay.
You can see that on the next page as well.
So, but it satisfies, right?
Looks like it barely squeaks under that 32-foot height, max height from highest to lowest.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So anything else that you want to present?
If anyone would like to see the renderings, I think they help a little bit in the massing.
Yeah, I think they're very good. Those renderings tell the story very well.
This is going to be a stressful day. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, so this is just coming up from the driveway. I think it really helps show that mass itself doesn't appear overly large, especially with the breakup of materials. I do think that the increase in those bands really was very helpful for that space. And then you can, I think there's 2 more
Okay.
images.
Do you actually have enough room for backing up there? I guess it's close.
We
Yep.
do.
I guess that's a big
It's
outing.
close. It's a very, these renderings are fun. I don't do them anymore. I leave them to the younger folks these days. So just to kind of give you a good feel of how it's going to move in space.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the board?
No,
What's the height of this wall right here? I'm just worried about bumpers. And also, I think you'd be able to put like a 30-inch planter in there, couldn't you? Bumper overhang?
We could probably pull that wall out and add a bumper overhang there.
Might just to help soften up the, just a thought.
Okay. No,
I guess-
that's a good call from the standpoint of not destroying cars.
And the other thing is like getting into this last space here with that wall being right next to, that's gonna be tough. You're showing planting on that wall, but do you actually have planting pockets?
yeah,
No,
that
I think that
place looks close, too small to me, too.
Yeah, this is, I mean, that's what, a 8-foot tall wall right there?
yeah,
And-
it's a pretty tall space.
Yeah,
for sure.
getting into that's going to be tough. Anyway, any
Or you should
questions?
make your garage doors wider.
We could do a double door. The client had hoped to have 3 individual doors. It's for all the bicycles and the
It looks-
alternative transportations. And
It looks better with 3.
kidding, I'm kidding.
Are we on
It looks
comment?
better with 3, but you could make each one wider, as wide as you can get it, because your maneuvering space there is minimal. I mean, the wider the door, the less space you need out in front.
Mr. Chair, are we on comments now? or-
We're on questions. Sorry. Yeah. So I have a question. Since this wall is so tall here, could it step back?
Yes.
A little bit? I don't know if that would make weird architectural things happen, but I don't know if it comes to a certain point and then steps back into here a little bit.
Well,
Almost get
you're
it
right.
I think the whole point was to
Hang on, there's too many people talking.
But-
So go ahead, Bree. What was the answer?
The hope was to have a large planting pocket there to create a buffer between the wall and the driveway, and as you're walking up, a nicer experience. But from the standpoint of maneuvering into that 3rd spot, we can definitely play with that and look at
That
how
wall
that's
should
going
be,
to
part
interact
of
with the
the-
cars.
John,
That
John,
is really
John.
kind of a
we're on questions. So there'll also be railings, I assume, going up here that are not shown, right?
yeah, I think we're gonna have handrails on that side and then right there. Yep. And then again on the building. That's correct. One thing I'd like to ask this question because it's been brought up, and I don't want, this one's a little bit strange, but the widening of those doors, all of a sudden those spaces between become a little pretty thin. And I'd like to get the board's feel on that from during comments, if possible, whether or not that's something that the entire board supports, or if that's going to then ruffle some design elements later.
Sorry, where are we talking about?
The garage doors, there was a comment or question about the size of the garage doors and increasing the size of the garage doors. So
well, I think this wall that you have on the, I guess it's the south side or east side, where the
Mhm.
wall is, there needs to be space between the garage door and the wall. I mean, you need a little wiggle room in there.
Like here.
Yeah,
And there is some, I mean, it's not very gracious, but there is.
Yeah, that might be enough. I mean, you probably worked it all out anyway, right? So you can get a car in there.
Yes,
Just
we
a
did.
small car or bikes, like you said. So
It's small, but you can.
Well, the problem is that the standard that's out there is minimal. And I'm speaking from experience, and if I follow it too closely, it works, but it's really difficult. And so, I mean,
Anyway.
that you should have a look at it and make sure that this is going to work, even if it makes the space between the doors a little smaller. It's still, adding 6 inches to the door will make a big difference.
okay, so that we'll save that for a comment, but I think you get the point where there's a little concern there. So are there any other questions from the board? Okay, is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? If so, please raise your hand. I don't think we had any letters for anything. Any projects, right, Leah?
Mr. Chair, I did add one letter this morning. We got one yesterday evening that I threw into the file, but I think it's for the second site visit item.
Okay. All right, back to the board then for comments. Mr. Verdiak, comments.
Well, I think that the improvements have been made, and I like the project. I think it's going to look nice, and I've already expressed the thing about the parking, but I think it's going to be a good project.
Okay, Ms. Froscher.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a good project. The story poles looked fine. I think there's been a lot of care taken in how it sits on the hill. The horizontal bands definitely look better, a little thicker. And now I almost feel like the vertical could be a touch wider, but I don't know how wide, was it as wide as the living room one before? Were they the same? Or
No,
was
it just went to the sliding door.
Oh, I don't know. Well, it works either way, but
Okay.
I guess it's now that the horizontals are thickened up, it feels like it could maybe be a little bit wider. And then I have concerns about the parking. Actually, the westernmost garage door, I'm sure you worked on your cars backing out. What's the depth of the whole parking court? Is it
It's
30?
It's 30 feet.
30? Okay. Well, yeah, you might just look at that.
Yeah, this was designed originally just as a heads up with a civil engineer. And so we've kept the dynamics of it. There is no doubt this is going to be one of those areas you have to learn how to park in it.
Yeah, and don't have a big SUV or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, I'm fine with the design. It's good.
Okay, Mr. Pujol.
I was impressed with the story poles. I think I climbed to the house above and took a look, and it's really the blockage of views is minimal. So I think it's it's a happy house. I mean, the size, bulk, and scale is definitely well done. So I really enjoy that. I have some suggestions. If we can go to, well, maybe to the elevation, the front elevation of that. What I was stop. What I was thinking is like I like the treatment of the different material on the upstairs walls. In the one on the right, that wall goes all the way to the ground, and that's really wonderful. I understand the reasons why that wall on the left cannot go all the way to the ground. I was going in a different direction. I thought that with that material going down to the ground, maybe with a step, going back and then down, that would have been better at the expense of the panels between the doors. I'm not sure why those are so sacred. And design-wise, I think a thicker, which is the western panel, matching the one above, minimal space between the doors, or even I don't think that is the essence of the design is on the garage doors.
Interesting.
That's my take. Now, if you can go to the and by the way, I offer that to the designer as a suggestion, because it's really it's not very visible from the community side. So it's I will approve the project either way. I'm just suggesting that that bottom floor is not that important the way it is with the spaces and the doors. They're beautiful doors and so forth. But if there was just minimal space between them, I don't think the project will suffer. But if you go to there you go. If you go to the next one, I think it's the next point. Yeah, I think those walls really are not working. The walls on each side of the staircase. I wonder if they can come out completely, or just change materials, or especially the one on the left, just to go down to the bare minimum. Just something that kind of integrates I think the material is wrong. Maybe the rendering is incorrect. It's not what you want to show. But those side walls are not really working that well. The side around the staircase. Maybe a pour-in-place concrete might do better. Maybe it's too tall, and maybe a railing would be better than that. I don't know. I don't think it. I think it detracts from the design. And that's all I have.
Okay. Yeah, and I guess just to piggyback on that, looking at it here and from this view, it's sort of unnecessary that this be a big, super tall wall. It could be a railing. I mean, it could be at the same elevation as the steps.
Yeah.
It'd be a railing, so doesn't feel so massive. And then this one too. Yeah, it's minimize. So I guess the comment would be minimize the entry walls.
Yeah, restore materials and scale of the walls at each side of the stairways.
Okay, now I forgot what all my comments were. But I agree. I think it's definitely going in, you've solved a lot of problems and it's very successful. I guess the one thing I went back to a little bit was, it's going to be, if somebody needs to turn around here, this is going to be really difficult. You might just want to consider flaring this out a little bit more. I know you don't want to get a huge apron there, but if you're pulling in here and trying to back out, or even needing to swing it a little bit wide to get out, it's going to be tough. So minor, but check it out.
Our renderings actually show it flaring. Sorry.
A little bit more, but I think you could even maybe go a little more. Let's see. Oh, not these renderings.
Oh, sorry, it's the elevations. Apologies.
Elevations. So here, oh wait, these guys, yeah, okay. And then I think you had, yeah, there you go. Okay. All right, and then I guess quick question then, is there a reason, you can't really see it in here, but this staircase right in there is super wide. Is there a reason for that? I guess that's a question, but you know how wide it is? It looks like 10 feet or something.
Oh, it varies from 7 to about 10 feet.
Okay.
Depending on where it is. I think the wall flaring doesn't help. I think it's just to feel nice and gracious going up there instead of feeling like a small space. We could probably minimize that down to, a 5 foot, 5 to 6 foot.
Not a big deal. I mean, I don't minimize it too much. It just seemed slightly oversized. And then where is it going? I guess up to the back and to get up here.
Yep.
So you can actually descend down to the lawn. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Very good. Thank you. Let's see. So we're here for conceptual and preliminary approval. Someone want? Are there any other comments?
We'll make a motion for preliminary approval with this list the comments, because I'm not sure if they are requests, they are suggestions, or they are conditions of approval, or what. So I would like some help from the chair to put this together.
Okay,
I think the ones around the walls around the staircase, I think they're easier to solve, and why not? I mean, I think the walls around at the stairway, the width of the stairs on the east, that retaining wall too, they need to be minimized. And I would like to give the applicant some latitude with the garage doors. I'm not sure what to recommend, but because I don't think it's working well, design-wise and utility-wise. But it just seems like I'm not sure what kind of condition to make, how to phrase that.
The other thing I was going to ask is about the glass garage doors and sort of the lantern effect. Is there a concern from anyone on? I mean, I like the way they look. I'm just worried about the light.
But it's low. It's not on the top floor. It's on the bottom floor.
Right. Okay.
There's some
That's true.
landscaping there. I'm not concerned with that.
Yeah, I'm not concerned. I think they're pretty tucked in down there.
Okay. Yeah, you actually probably won't see them much from the road. Okay. Good. So, Alex, are you clear on comments versus suggestions? Do we need to clarify?
Well, regarding the parking, I just have, basically study further. Concerned with maneuverability of parking area and access into garage door opening, study further. For the other ones, restudy materials and scale of walls on each side of the stairway. Consider wider driveway apron, study stairway width on east end.
Okay, I think you can remove the comment about the bottom of the driveway, maybe, or just clarify it on the plans. I guess just leave it, and you'll take care of it in the drawings.
I have a question of the board. Does anybody agree with my comment about the width of the west side of the garage parking area, that somehow it should relate to the upstairs? Or this is just me?
I couldn't hear that well. So maybe.
Yeah, I guess I agree, but it just complicates the problems that they already have.
Okay.
Yeah. I
All right.
don't know.
Just let it go.
Can I ask one quick question, just of the comments, because I know we need to move on. And the stair stuff, all of that makes sense. I was actually going to change it to the dark plaster to begin with, those walls, because it felt wrong when I saw the rest as well. But I'm wondering if, in fact, we do increase that width at the wood fence guardrail, and we actually decrease the size of the side next to the garage, and we really kind of disconnect there being any similarity to them, if that might help, because I think,
I think that might help. Yeah, that you just go the other direction and make the garage as glassy as possible.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with the widening of this, but maybe slightly.
Just slightly, yeah. I don't know. It started feeling like it could be a little closer to the living room, but
yeah. Okay, good. So we have a motion for preliminary with comments and suggestions. Do we have a second?
Yeah, I'll second.
Second by Val, and this is to return to on consent or full board for final.
I think the full board.
Alex?
Yeah. Well, we don't see any details yet. It seems to be well thought out, but I think maybe full board.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious about these columns.
They'll be fine. Don't worry about it. They'll be fine.
Okay, so preliminary approval, back to full board for final. We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Congrats.
Okay.
Guys, have a good rest of your day.
Thank
Thank you.
Okay, item number 2. Let's see here. Give me a second, since I'm driving, so I'm doing everything today.
Do I have to do everything? Yes. Yes.
Okay, item number 2. This is the nope, it's not. Hill Edition. This is a request of Jared DeGancy, architect for Angie and Michael Hill, for further conceptual and preliminary approval of a 1,420 square foot renovation and 1,668 square foot addition to the existing single family dwelling, including various landscape and hardscape improvements. And this is located at 2557 Whitney Avenue in Summerlin. Last heard January 22nd of this year. Do we have the applicant present?
Yes, I am here, Jared, and also my colleague Jeff April's on the line too.
Okay.
Good afternoon, board. Good morning. Ooh.
Oh God, please tell me it's not afternoon already. Okay, so we have, I'll just read through the comments, and we also have a planner memo.
Excellent.
Which is kind of long. Okay, comments as follows. A, project appears well-designed and architectural style is appropriate. Site visit with story poles is required. Return with photos of east and west neighboring properties. Return with additional context in next presentation, including existing structures on adjacent parcels on site plan, elevations, site sections, and photos of east and west neighboring structures. Increase scale and elevations. Detailing on architectural elements is appropriate. Return with landscape plan. So the planner comments are as follows. Regarding the height limit for structures located within the Summerlin urban area is 25 feet as measured from existing grade per section 35-127.3C in order to provide for architectural character. Architectural elements whose aggregate area is less than or equal to 10% of the total roof area of the structure, or 400 square feet, whichever is less, may exceed the height limit by no more than 8 feet when approved by the BAR. The area exceeding the height limit is shown on the height exhibit on sheet G010 and meets the square footage allowance. To approve the exceedance, your board would need to find that the area in question is considered an architectural element. Additionally, a structure subject to the ridgeline and hillside development guidelines shall not exceed a maximum overall height of 32 feet as measured from the highest part of the structure, excluding chimneys, vents, and non-commercial antennas, to the lowest point of the structure where an exterior wall intersects the finished grade or the existing grade, whichever is lower. As proposed, the structure slightly exceeds this height limit due to the location of the exterior storage room that will be used for the hot tub equipment. In order to avoid exceeding the maximum height limit, the applicant is proposing to slightly separate the enclosure such that it is no longer part of the residential structure's exterior framed walls and therefore would not be included in the 32-foot height measurement. Please review and comment. Okay, so gentlemen, you can take it from here.
Awesome. And yeah, thank you,
Chris,
Chris.
if you have any questions on those comments, need further elaboration, just let me know.
Okay.
Excellent.
Yeah,
Thanks.
what do they mean? Yeah.
Yeah, we'll definitely go over those. And actually, there should be. This is one of 3 PDFs. There should be a 1 of 3 general and also a 2 of 3 landscape PDF in that same folder.
I've got those.
And if you don't mind opening up, we'll start talking about the general 1 of 3 PDF first.
This one.
Excellent. Cool. Okay, great. Well, thank you again all for your time. We greatly appreciate your guys' positive comments from our last hearing, and the feedback you provided was really helpful, and we've integrated those comments, and we think you guys helped kind of make this a better project for the area. If you guys are satisfied with today's updates and the project, we'd like to request returning with our final project for a final consent hearing. And just to recap on last time, items that have changed. Big picture, we've pushed the south face of the house and the deck farther north, about 3.5 feet, just to kind of squeeze the building a little bit and help minimize the effect on the neighbors. We've reduced the overall building area by about 50 square feet. We've also removed, we previously had a third deck on the 3rd story facing the east, which has been removed, and we've also reduced the size of the deck facing the south. If you want a visual on this, actually the 3 of 3 PDF page 1 is at least the site plan we can look at until I dive into the specifics. Yeah, exactly. So there was previously a roof deck on the east side, we've removed that, and now you can see a little bit of that roof deck facing the south. We've also brought that in as well, just to make it not stick out as far. Also, previously we were showing a green roof, but due to structural limitations and height limitations, the green roof it added depth and to the structure, and now we've toned that down to a gravel ballast roof instead. Regarding the comments, just want to start addressing those items. We did, as you all saw, we installed the story poles, and those were installed on site, and we have photos of those for if anyone on the board didn't go, we have photos, so we're happy to share those. Jumping into the next comment with asking to return with additional context in next presentation. If you could jump to the general 1 of 3 PDF, Chris, and go to, yes, this page is perfect. Here we're showing a series of 3D visualization studies based on views from the neighbor to the north, which is the image we're looking at right now. This image is with a proposed design. If you want to zoom out just a touch, is right below that is the view from the north neighbor of the existing, and just showing that, you know, based on the horizon line and the ocean, we're not removing any sort of, you know, ocean view. Those neighbors are maintaining what they're seeing. It's just a slightly taller structure. And then if you
also, the structure is taller than the one to the east and shorter than the one to the west.
Yeah, exactly. We'll have another building section. We're kind of right in that middle between the neighbor to the east and neighbor to the west in terms of height. Also, if you, yeah, perfect. Scrolling to the right, we're showing simulated views from the east and west neighbors' patios relative to the coastline. And so we've modeled the coastline based on, you know, satellite imagery to kind of trace out how that coastline sits relative to these homes and also relative to our proposed design. And the goal is, you know, our design, because we're pushing it to the south, our goal was to not encroach on any sort of the water's edge view and also maintain that coastline so they're able to see both down to the east and west directions of the site. And then if you could also, another 3D view, Chris, if you want to zoom out and then go down to the bottom left. This is another study we looked at just based on conversations with neighbors. We also wanted to look at the impact of the new design for a neighbor to the northwest from 2546. And so we're showing two views, one from the elevated main level entry and then another view from the lower garage level. Just again, trying to, you know, work with the neighbors and show them how we're kind of being conscious of the views and, you know, trying to maintain that ocean viewpoint. Another element for just addressing the context items, if you could jump, and I apologize, jumping back and forth, if you could jump to the 3 of 3 PDF again and go to page A105, which I believe is number 4. Yep, perfect. The section on the top, this is just a section view diagramming what we had shown on that previous view of the existing residence versus the new residence and the sight lines that are maintained from the neighbor directly to the north, who is also elevated above this house as well. And just trying to show, you know, trying to minimize the height, meeting height requirements for the county, and also trying to allow the neighbors still to maintain that ocean view. And then the section below that is a section east-west, showing the east and west neighbors. And as Jeff had mentioned, this is showing where our project is. It's showing the height, and it's somewhere in between the neighbor on the west, which is a little bit taller, and the neighbor on the east, which is a little bit shorter. Trying to keep the mass and bulk relative, mass, bulk, and scale, you know, in line and similar to the surrounding context. The next comment on the minutes was increasing scale and elevations. If you could jump to the 3 of 3 PDF on pages 11 and 12.
This one again?
Yeah. Oh.
No.
Yep. There you go. Perfect. Yeah. Page 11. We can start. Previously, we had shown the scale of 1/8 inch to a foot, and so now we've increased the elevations. These are actually the existing residents. Perfect. And we're showing the existing residents dashed in red relative to the proposed design. And so here we've increased the scale so you can better see the size of the building. And then per Alex Tuttle in the planning's comments, you can see in the blue dimensions, we've indicated a dash line for that 25-foot height limit relative to adjacent grade. And then we've also indicated, if you want to zoom on the bottom left, there's also indicating the overall height where we're limited to 32 feet. And on this elevation, it has 30 feet, I believe 11.5 inches. And while we're on these, the other item I wanted to address was the comment that planning had relative to we are exceeding the 25 feet height limit just a bit. You can see that corner. I'll draw on the screen in this zone right here. We're kind of peeking over that corner. It's not an enclosed space. It's actually the awning for the third level. It's shading that interior space. And as Chris had mentioned in the planner's notes, in the coastal zoning ordinance, there's a section where we'd like to request the board to approve this height exemption for this awning as an architectural element, because it's reducing the glare and lantern effect of the southern face glazing, and it's also providing more shade in that space, and that's allowing us to reduce the amount of energy required to keep the space conditioned and comfortable. We actually have an exhibit, and again, Chris, sorry for jumping around. If we go back to the G PDF, if we can go to G10.
Actually, while we're on this page, Alex, can I get a quick rating on this? Should this line not go to the ground here?
So it goes, this is where the east and west elevations are a little different. That line, well, perhaps Jared can explain, but.
Yep. Exactly. Yes. Thanks, Alex. So the 32-foot height limit is to where the base of structure intersects grade. And from this line is where we're calling the edge of the actual structure. What you're seeing on this area is beyond partially you're seeing a bit of the hot tub deck, and then also beyond you're seeing partially what have an enclosure for our spa equipment. And so it's a conversation that Alex and Veronica, our planner, discussed last week, where we had previously shown that as just a solid wall structure to enclose the spa equipment, just for, minimize any sort of noise mitigation and whatnot. But in order to meet these requirements for height limitations, and which restrict a structure to 32 feet, if we can make this a more simple detached fence enclosure, it's no longer part of that 32-foot height structure. And so there's a fence here, but it's not considered structure. And so that's why we're taking our height maximum limit to the line where our building is touching grade.
One of the intents of this, just to reiterate to everyone, is to be a good neighbor here and make sure that all of this equipment is as shielded as possible from noise and from sight. So we want as much of an expansive and tall enclosure as we can to reduce all impacts.
So this is Alex, we would like the BR to kind of take a look at that and provide your input. It's hard to tell from the elevations that it is in fact not part of the residential structure. So if you have any input on that component.
Okay, thank you.
And if you can go to page 12 is the western elevation, where if you don't mind zooming in into that area, Chris, showing it as a separate material and showing it detached from the actual structure in that zone there. Detaching it from the actual structure, but then still we want it tall to hopefully mitigate any sort of noise from the spa equipment. We don't expect it to be much, but just trying to be, as Jeff mentioned, a good neighbor to kind of minimize whatever sort of impact that equipment could have. Yep, excellent. And that's that same area right there.
So this is a detached fence that's under a cantilever.
Correct.
Okay.
You are correct.
Gotcha.
Yep, exactly. It's underneath the main deck. And on the third, the 103 PDF on page 7 is where we have there's an exhibit. Oh, I'm sorry. I think it should be that PDF. If I'm perfect. Yep. And so this is calling out the actual specific section, indicating how much is over on each side. And then this area on this side is showing the amount of area that we're exceeding. And so the coastal zoning ordinance stipulates that we're limited to either 400 square feet or 10% of the total roof area, whichever is less. And what we're showing here is this area in in hatched red is the area exceeding. So it's 201 square feet, about 7% of the roof area. So we're, about half under the max stipulated per the code for this the sunshade element, the awning. And this is the item that we'd request board's consideration for approval.
Okay.
All right. And the next item on the set of comments is detailing for architectural elements as appropriate. We are going to, with our final submittal package, we will return with all these elements, door details, window, fascia, stairs, and railings. If you'd like, on the third PDF, again on page 23, we do have some imagery of materials and details of where the design is at, just indicating like weathered wood screens. The lower portion, the bottom level, is going to have a gray stucco just to give it a little bit more weight. The railings, thin metal, just trying to make them as transparent as possible to just maintain views for both our clients and also anyone who's the neighbors would have that partially in their site view.
No glass, no reflection, no dew, none of that.
Yep, exactly. And then, looking at having some cast in place concrete stairs along the west side, just open, clear glass, materials, exterior wood deck, window frames. We're showing black, but that's something we're continuing to look at and we'll have resolved. And also we'll speak about it more in the landscape drawings, but we're looking at having a pervious driveway surface. Maybe something like a grasscrete, but in the latest drawings from landscape, we have some gapped blocks, which we can look at in more detail. And then again, the gravel ballast roof, just because the green roof we had to remove just for the structural implications. And then, so great. Yeah, the final comment we had was return with a landscape plan. Perfect. If you could go to that. And I believe page 7 is the landscape plan. That's going to be the best place to start. We've brought on Bosque Landscape Architects. They weren't able to make it today, but I'm happy to walk you all through the plans. These are our civil drawings. If we could. Perfect. Excellent, thank you. Yes, so this is the landscape plan from Bosque Architects, and I'll just kind of start on the left and work our way across the page. So with the renovation of the home, we've relocated the parking, which is currently now at the southern end of the site, to the northern end of the site, just to kind of minimize the amount of driving down the driveway to that end. And so what we're proposing is a gapped block driveway, a pervious material that allow cars access into the newly located garage on the north end. And then we all would have those same glass, same rock pavers, stone pavers that would access the stairs down to the house. And then because the driveway is now located at the north end, our clients do not have, and I apologize if there's a train in the background, our clients, the parking is no longer at the south end of the site. And so what we're doing is we're proposing to landscape part of the existing shared driveway. We're still keeping 4 to 5 feet on our property for the western neighbor, but just because our client is not going to be utilizing this for this vehicle, we wanted to add a bit of a landscape buffer zone. And that's where you're seeing these 5 trees and additional plantings along this west side going down the slope driveway. And then at the base of the driveway, item number 5 is a stormwater planter. And so we're going to be mitigating all the rainwater, all stormwater coming onto our property, onto the proposed renovation is going to be directed into this, mitigating any sort of erosion concerns or water direction concerns to the adjacent neighbors. And so we'll be handling all the water on our site in this zone. Moving down, this is the spa equipment storage zone. Because the items we discussed with Alex Tuttle last week were pretty, quick and late to the game, we didn't get a chance to coordinate with landscape. This area here is actually just going to be an extension of the deck because we actually don't need that much space for the spa equipment. And so that volume is now smaller. So it's approximately that size. And then there's going to be a door here instead of the door that's shown on the plan. And so we'll house our spa equipment there, and you can see the spa directly up from that. We'll have a small hot tub built into the deck. The deck itself will have a few steps down to a patio area. The patio area, similar to the driveway, we're proposing to have stone pavers, again, gapped. The idea and goal of this project is to maintain and actually exceed the amount of pervious area on the site, just to help mitigate the water and not create any sort of stormwater issues. And so instead of a paved area, we're looking to use gap stone pavers for the patio area, and a few additional planters like in this zone here, some lower hedges, and then also on the southernmost edge of the site, beyond the right of way, this dash line here, proposing just some sort of citrus trees and smaller brush and shrubs, which would then back up against an existing large hedge at the southern end of the site. I believe in terms of review, that is the items that we wanted to discuss. So I appreciate everyone's time and look forward to your feedback and comments.
Okay. Thank you very much. Where's the pizza oven?
Oh, pizza oven. I'm sorry. Go back. It is.
That?
Yes,
Yep.
Exactly. Yep. And so you can see that dash line is indicating the patio above. And so pushing the pizza oven just outside of that.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions from the board? Alex?
Yeah, you mentioned that you push the house back 3.5 feet. Is that before or after the story poles?
That was, so the story poles are showing the most current item, most current configuration.
Okay, so that is pushed back from where it was before, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Val, questions?
You know, the elevations are difficult to read as far as your materials go.
Mhm.
Do you have somewhere in the package drawings where you can really clearly see your materials?
So on the main elevations, Chris, if you don't mind going to the 3 of 3 PDF, I believe it's here, and I think it was page. This page shows what our intentions are, and so the intention for the second and third level is going to be this weathered wood, and then the lower level, with the exception of this fenced area around the spa equipment, we're proposing to use a gray stucco-like plaster coating.
And we do have vertical wood screening elements that are going to be the same species of wood as the wood siding, just gapped as a screen, as opposed to, your typical tongue and groove or clapboard siding.
Exactly. Yep. And then, if you don't mind, on page 12 and 11, we have some keynotes just calling out, I think it's referenced within our keynotes here, and we're calling out the various materials that are associated with what we're showing on that material page. And so this level, the first 2 levels, those will be clad in that aged weathered wood. And then this area down here is going to be the gray stucco, and then our spa enclosure here is going to be a wood fence that will be stained, or some tonally will match the gray siding on that same level, so it all kind of reads as horizontal datums.
So these are the only elevations you have, right?
There are some renderings on the one that says civils/landscape 2 of 3 on page 9 that kind of show a little bit of what's going on.
So those I would only refer to the landscape elements in that, because this is actually, these renders were done by the landscape engineer. So any sort of things behind, like anything
It didn't apply material
the ground
house.
Exactly. It's just right now it's just a generic gray.
So are there any more drawings of the elevations? Regular drawings with maybe a little bit of color, with hard lines, no grids, no extra stuff.
Yeah, there's a little too much on there to really see what your building.
So we came to concept with our typical hand rendered exterior elevations, and from the positive comments that we received at concept, we're preparing for, a building and safety department submittal. So we're progressing our drawing set to technical documentation, and these exterior elevations are reflective of that. I don't think we have the other one to pull up, but it's an equivalent exterior elevation in terms of materials. These are just the design development technical drawings as opposed to our concept pen and marker that was reviewed at concept.
Well, I guess I feel like you may have jumped the gun on that a bit, because we were asking for story polls, and even though you're coming for preliminary, you're also coming for further conceptual, and the massing and the materials need to be easy to read for us. So,
Okay. John, any questions?
Yeah, I agree with that. The elevations are very difficult to read or understand. And I think it would be a good idea to clarify those and in showing where the materials are.
Okay.
I also, what's your plate height on the second floor there, or the third floor?
Just one moment. Let me pull that.
Our plate
So
height
that-
for the basement is 8. Our plate height for the main level is 9. Our plate height for the upper level is 8.
8. Yeah.
Well, if you, well, I don't know, the awning thing isn't really that bad, but it's the, the structure itself with a flat roof is a lot larger in bulk than the existing buildings around it, the neighborhood buildings.
Just questions right now, John. We'll wait, save that for comments maybe.
Okay.
Any other questions from anyone? I don't think I had any either. Public comment. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? If so, please raise your hand. I see a hand going up, but
there is a comment letter in the file too.
right.
So I just emailed it to you so that it's easier to find. And they do have, looks like 1 through 6. So they've got 6 comments that I think they would like discussed. And then Mr. Robinson is here as well, so we can let him speak if you want to do a quick overview of that email.
Okay, I need to get caught up. This is a real pain doing everything. So, is this just an email form, the letter, Leah?
Yeah, I just forwarded you the email.
Okay, so do we have to read all of it, or can we?
The 1 through 6, I think if you want to touch base on each one of those. It's
Okay, so
and
this is from
And who's this from? The email?
Leslie and Gary Robinson, 2559 Whitney Avenue, which I believe is next door. So basically, first, we appreciate the Hills' desire to turn this dilapidated structure into their retirement dream home. We're not opposing their efforts to improve the property, but there are a number of issues regarding their plans that give us concern. First, the style of the house is not compatible with the community. Second, the proposed house is over 3,500 square feet on a small lot, too large for the site. Proposed roof line exceeds Summerlin height restrictions. House is being pushed out on both the north and south ends. We're concerned it will establish as to whether established setbacks are being adhered to. South-facing walls of the house are being pushed out over 10 feet to a point actually beyond the walls of the 2 homes immediately to the west and east of the property. This will restrict current view corridors of each property, both up and down the coastline. And the current plans call for a garage carport with no door. This not only creates security risk, but there's been a number of vehicle break-ins on Whitney, but it's unsightly from street view. Number 5 is the most critical from our perspective, being out beyond the facades of the adjacent structures. So, and we do have, I see 2 hands up. We'll be given 2 minutes. And so when you hear this sound, oh, give me a second. Let's try that again. All right, well, it's not working well, but it's a little ringer. So when you hear that, it means your time is up. So let's see, Alma Maines. Allowing you to talk. 2 minutes. Can you might be on mute. Alma, can you hear us?
Mr. Chair, I think we have Gary who's ready to go. Gary, can you speak a little bit louder?
Yes, I was waiting to be called. Thank you.
Okay, we'll start with Gary then, and Alma, you can try to get your microphone squared away. So Gary, whenever you're ready, 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. One, thank you for giving us this opportunity to address the Hills design. Thank you for coming out and looking at the story poles and looking at them from our perspective. I think most of our concerns are addressed in the letter. I would just like to add a couple of points. One, comparing the heights of this proposed residence to the 2 neighboring ones is misleading when you look at what they're doing as a flat roof as opposed to a pitched roof. This will be 12 feet away from our house and significantly higher, so we will be looking at a wall from the 3 windows that look directly west. The comment raised by one of the members regarding the materials, from what we can tell, it looks like it'll be a gray stucco wall. I'd like to see clarification on that as to what the materials will be. The most important issue for us is clearly protecting the site views up and down the coastline, which we currently have from both inside the house and outside the house. This house is being pushed out farther than either house next to it. And with the addition of the deck, the railing on the decks, and so on, it will definitely alter our view corridors. And we feel that the house needs to be scaled back. They could push the second floor back into the dead zone under the garage that exceeds the amount of space that is recommended in the Summerlin plan. And I don't know that it needs to be a 9-foot ceiling on the second level. So I think our comments have been expressed in our email, and we appreciate your addressing them.
Okay, thank you, sir. Alma, do you have microphone yet? I don't see it. Let's see here. There we go. If you can unmute yourself, you may be able to.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. 2 minutes when you're ready.
Okay, I think Gary actually covered everything, Mr. Robinson, that I was thinking. And I also agree with him that perhaps if the lower and the upper floor can be 8 feet, then the middle floor could potentially be 8 feet. And then that would bring down the house an entire foot. We stand up on top of them, so we're concerned about height. Also, I just noticed that there is an avocado tree in the front by the driveway. Is that going to, it says large avocado, is that going to grow taller than the roof line, or is that going to be under the 8 feet in the front? And then there's also a row of trees showing on the landscape design on the side of the house. And what are those and how tall are those planning to be?
So the trees that are on the page south right here. That
Hang
are
on, Jared, she's still got a minute left. We'll get to it. We can answer those in a minute.
Yeah, so the one that says side yard, right, setback, and then that avocado tree, and then just the 9-foot ceiling. Those are my only concerns.
Okay, so where's the avocado tree?
In the driveway.
Right here?
Yes,
Okay.
I think that is new large avocado tree on the notes.
Excuse me. And then these guys was the other question. What are those?
Yeah, that's on the slope. So I'm not really concerned about the ones that are heading down the hill, but maybe the ones that are on the top of the slope. Yes, there. Yes.
Okay. Do you happen to know, you guys? I'm not sure if they're called out or not.
The exact speed that over there is if you go up to the key up here,
yes,
we have the agaves, we have Loma. I'm not a landscape architect.
Yeah, but those aren't trees. None of those are trees.
Okay.
So I'm assuming it's either Arcanto Phoenix, which is King Palm, which I think those are down here, which I'm curious about. Brachychiton Dracaena. I don't know what Revolvia is. Tristania. So it just doesn't say which tree this is.
So
I'm just wondering, how are those all going to be above the roof line? Will they be taller?
No, we
No.
would probably do something that's like at maximum the 12 to 14 range. The whole purpose of them is not to block light from above, but to offer a little bit of green between the Hill property and the Price property immediately to the west, similar to the Podocarpus hedge that's between the Robinsons and the Hills. We're not trying to do like
And the avocado tree?
we can do a dwarf avocado there.
Okay, very good. Thanks. Any other members of the public that would like to speak? Raise your hand. I see no, hands are going up and then they're going down. Craig Price.
Yes, thank you. I'm the neighbor to the immediate west. A couple of quick points. Number one, I agree with Mr. Robinson's point about the extension of the structure on the south frontage and its lack of alignment to the neighbors, both to the east and the west. So would like to see that move somewhat further back northerly. It seems to me that the height limit should better be tied to the base of the spa structure rather than accepting the disconnection of the spa structure, which would seem to be the basis for permitting the structure to go as high as is now presently planned. I can't tell in terms of the landscaping along the west edge of the property how far that extends into the common driveway. It's been a shared driveway with prescriptive use for many, many years. And I appreciate the landscaping. I'd like to see the width of that landscaping area be narrowed so that we will still have a usable driveway that will not act like or look like a chute. It's a challenging driveway because of the slope, and am concerned about not wanting to overly restrict it. Those are my comments. Thank you, folks.
Sir, okay. All right, anyone else? Please raise your hand. Okay, seeing no other hands go up, we can bring it back to the board for comments. Ms. Froscher, would you like to start us off?
Okay. I did have some concerns when I saw the story poles that it is very built out kind of in a very uniformly kind of boxy shape on the site. And it's even concerning from the north side of the width of the box, and there's just no relief in it. So I have concerns about that, and I too have concerns about the way the spa screening's being interpreted, because part of the goal of the height limits are to kind of help things stay stepped back, stepped in, give some relief to the structure. And while everybody knows that it's important to have privacy and sound screening and all of those issues, the first goal is to not over dominate the neighborhood. So I'm having concerns with just the overall width and length. And I also feel that the elevations are really difficult to read right now. And this is a critical point for them to be highly readable in terms of depth, relief, materiality, the we're still at the conceptual stage. So, okay, that's my
Okay.
comments.
Mr. Verdiak?
Yeah, I have concerns too. I think that, you know, the building maxes out the envelope. And so it sort of becomes bulky and dominant over the other buildings in the neighborhood. You know, I think one thing you could do would be to reduce your plate heights all to 8 feet. That would lower the building a foot, which would be important. I think that this business of extending, if we go to A101 and look at, you can see that the building on the south side extends in front of the 2 adjacent buildings, which is diminishes their view and their sightlines. I think that would be, to me, would be unacceptable. I think that the new structure should conform to that, the string line, so to speak, of the existing buildings on both sides. And I think that this business of the pool equipment room being separate is a ruse. That's a stretch to my imagination. Anyway, that would be my comments on otherwise a very competent architectural job. And once again, I have to reiterate, your elevations are unacceptable. They're just unreadable. Okay, that'd be my comments.
Thank you, John. Mr. Peugeot?
I agree with those comments. I think it's pages 9 and 12. They just don't show the materials. I guess the size and walk and scale is the issue. I think 9 feet to me is acceptable. I don't think that's the best. But maybe the great room is perhaps too great. And I'm trying to figure out, well, if I were to shrink this a little bit, yeah, you start working on the floor plan and you say, yeah, you can shrink it to keep the string line that Verdiak was talking a minute ago, and protect, that kind of neighborhood thing, the views from the neighbors and so forth. I like the project. I think it's very competently done. It's just that this is pushing the envelope, and it shows. And I think it needs some shrinkage. It needs to reduce in size. Not necessarily height. I think the height is probably acceptable. I mean, I don't think you can go below 9 feet and still have a space like the great room function properly. I may be wrong, but that pantry and the powder room and the staircase here and another staircase over there, and I mean, all of that can be the big space in front of the main door. All of that can be compressed and redesigned and shrink the building by a few feet. And I think that will make a better building.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's see. So, yeah, I concur with the previous comments also after seeing the story polls, and actually at the time I went into Mr. Robinson's house because he happened to be out, and just looking down towards Montecito and towards Santa Barbara, it's sort of it's pushed out too far, and it's inconsiderate to do so. So I think it needs to be pushed back. I don't support either of the exceptions, and I think it's just too much house for too small a site. And every house around it doesn't really fit style wise, but it seems like I like the style. It's but the house is too big. I worry also about the solar access from the eastern neighbor. This new story on top sort of towers over, and they'll be robbed of light. And yeah, the sight lines is probably the most important thing. Everybody's entitled to have that view, and you know, it's inconsiderate to try and push out further beyond what folks who have lived there for a long time already have. And so beyond that, the king palms in the back, I think, are going to get too tall and eventually block views also. And the avocado is going to get too large, even if it's a dwarf. Those are 15, 20 feet, and you know, the height of that. So it's just going to contribute to the view blockage. And additionally, I mean, same thing with the trees going down. I don't know what they're proposed to be, but they will also block views. So just restudy maximizing or minimizing view blockage. And so beyond that, that's about all I have to add. But and then yes, the elevations need improvement. So I think, Alex, do you need any clarification on any of those comments?
I don't think so.
Chris, I want to just add one more thing, you know, about the carport opening on the north, that it's so boxy and wide and unbroken. I think something needs to be done on the north elevation too, to soften the big open carport filling the whole width of the lot.
Is that on this? Is this shown on this page? It's hard to.
Yeah, where does it show?
Is that what this is?
I think you can see it in
No,
the
that's the bathroom and the garage.
Sections, sorry.
You can see it in the renderings. Maybe the most easy.
Oh, where are the renderings? There's a lot going on everywhere here. Is it on this one? Oh, we haven't seen these yet.
Huh.
Okay.
Well, those are helpful.
Yeah, we didn't see these before, did we? So yeah, I mean.
Yeah, it was.
It's just so boxy.
Yeah, it's pretty boxy, and you know the story poles show it.
Mm-hmm.
And feel it.
So here's the carport. I guess you can kind of see it there a little bit. But anyway, I think that's an additional comment that we can take into consideration, Val.
Yeah.
So, okay. So where do we want to go from here? It's here for further conceptual and preliminary approval. It seems to me that it needs to come back for the same. Anyone disagree?
I agree.
Yeah.
I think it's just, it's just too big for the site.
And you know, just to reiterate again for the applicants that's why story poles are such a crucial part of the process, and that it's risky to go too far forward before that happens, because they tell the story to everybody and bring up issues often. So.
All right. Okay, any questions from the applicant? Are you clear on what?
Yeah, we're totally clear. I'd like the board to recognize and understand we've also been in touch with all neighbors that spoke today and have hosted meetings for them, and they've seen all the drawings, and we want to be incredibly collaborative with them and not ruffle any feathers. We are at our FAR. We are not to our full setbacks, but we hear the board on the southern extension, and we will revise and come back.
Okay, so we didn't really mention mass, bulk, and scale, but I think really it's the mass and the bulk are high, if we wanted to add that, Alex. So anyway.
Yeah, actually there's where you can see the carport in the lower left. Yeah.
Yeah. And there's a flat car in it. I don't know what happened to that thing. But okay, I think we got to move on, and I think we could use a little break also. We've only done 2 items, and it's noon, so hopefully things will move a little bit faster. But let's take a 10-minute break and come back at 12:10. Is everyone okay with that, or do you need lunch? Or
12:15, so we get to eat something perhaps.
Okay, so
Yeah,
we'll
15.
return at 12:17. We'll come back. So we'll pause for now. Thank you. Oh. Close. Okay. We'll now reconvene the SBAR meeting of July 9th with item number 3. This is the Ikigrin edition. Excuse me. Request of Carl Bryant, agent for Steve and Marianne Ikigrin. I think I'm pronouncing that incorrectly. But this is for preliminary approval of a new 680 square foot addition, conversion of 348 square feet of non-habitable carport space to habitable, conversion of the remaining 355 square feet of carport space to a garage, an interior and exterior remodel, and new roof, including 529 square foot roof deck. Associated improvements include replacement and realignment of the existing asphalt driveway with pavers, a new deck, new fencing, new patio, and landscaping. This is located at 3230 Beach Club Road. Last heard October 2nd, 2020. And so do we have the applicant here with us today?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, your name for the record?
Carl Bryant.
Okay, thank you, Carl. I'll go ahead and read through the comments from before, and we also have a planner memo. So item comment A, Italian cypress is not an appropriate tree for the site. Recommend integrating alternative plants. Landscape plan needs further development. Show existing and proposed landscape elements to document changes. Front deck appears overcomplicated. Provide relief with alternative materials, study additional opportunities for foundation plantings to help soften the concrete decking on the southwest, delineate where guest parking would be located, and board supports rooftop deck conceptually and suggests matching proposed railing elements from project into deck instead of the proposed iron railing. And the planner memo basically states that this was approved by the zoning administrator. So if you want to address those comments, just tell me which page you want to be on. And
Okay, probably go to the last page, which should be the landscape plan.
Okay, actually, let's make sure we have a quorum first. John's not at his desk. Alex,
Okay.
Val, are you guys back yet? They might be trying to scarf some food down.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, we got Val. I think we're still waiting on Alex and John. Okay, one more to go. John, are you there? There he is. Okay, so we're back. So Alex and John, I read through the comments and the planner memo, and it was the project was approved by the zoning administrator, and so the applicant is about to address the comments. So we're here starting on the landscape plan. So, Mr. Bryant, whenever you're ready.
Okay, item A was the Italian cypress. All of them have been removed from the design, so those are no longer part of our proposed landscape plan. The landscape further development, we've come in, I've noted all the proposed plantings and which is existing and what is proposed. And we've shifted a little bit from with the Italian cypress going out. Now we've taken out the olives that we had proposed previously, and we're going more with a citrus, so lemons and orange in that vein. And then we go down to, let's see, where is it? D, the hedge around the deck at the top level, which is at deck level, is boxwood, and then the hedge below, which is going to cover the wall of the decking, is a Texas privet, and then the ground cover in the planter areas around the trees, we're looking at some bougainvillea, but we're open to other possibilities for that. If you look at the landscaping plan, the trees that are all to the north of the property are all existing. Those are oaks, except for one pittosporum tree. The trees that are to the west of the residence are all existing pines. They're in the corner, and then the tree across the street is an existing oak. The rest of it is all proposed. So that's that takes care of, let's see, down to D, which is mainly the landscaping. And then if you want me to continue on the other items, is that, would you, or do you want to?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you want to do questions? Okay, I'll just do my presentation then. Yeah. And then if you go to the elevations, which is the previous page to that, there you go. And you can zoom in on the second elevation and the roof deck. It's probably the best view of it. Is originally had a glass, and then we've removed that. Then we went to an iron rail, and the request was about integrating more of the decking rail idea, and so I've gone with a cedar rail up on the top. And I think that's about it.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. Let's see. Let's just keep these up for a second. Okay, so back to the board then for questions. Anyone?
No questions.
No questions.
Okay.
I have a question. I like what you're doing. I just wonder, you have a 6x6 cedar rail on the top. I mean, it looks great, but didn't you have a problem with views or something like that? Or what? You decided it didn't matter? Or what was your thinking there?
Well, I was trying to do something creative with it instead of just doing a standard 4x rail up on top. And I could reduce the size of it. I just wanted to introduce the idea of bringing in the the decking rail that is on the back of the house, and bringing in that element. We've got cedar fencing and the like, and we've got some wood elements in the garage door. So I just wanted to bring that element in.
Yeah. Okay. No complaint. I'm just kind of curious.
Okay.
Okay.
And again, I could reduce the size of it, and not change the overall idea.
Mm-hmm. Right. Okay.
Okay. Other questions?
No.
Okay. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? Please raise your hand if so. So, hands go up back to the board for comments. Anyone? Go ahead and jump in.
Well, I think it's come a long way and it's looking pretty good, I think.
Okay. So actually, before we jump right into it, the item C, front deck appears overcomplicated, provide relief with alternative materials. Did you make any changes to?
I haven't changed the materials for the deck, but what I've done is doing more in the line of what D comment is, which is, foundational plantings such as the ligustrum and the boxwood to give some relief to the front elements towards the street.
Okay. So this is basically all still concrete with concrete benches and.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Other comments?
I agree with Sean Bertiak. I think this project has evolved nicely over, I'm sure it's been painful for the designer, but it has really come out to a nice place. I appreciate the improvements very much. I was just suggesting that maybe the top railing might block the views that you want to get from the owner of the property may want to get from there, but it's perfectly fine as it is.
Okay.
Anyway, that's fine.
Okay. Val, any additions?
No, I mean, I still feel like you've got a lot going on in that front patio, but overall, I'm fine and think that you've made a lot of improvements and it looks good. So.
Okay. So I think the only comment that I would have would be to continue to develop the landscape plan. It's very basic. And, obviously when you come back, if we're coming back for, well, you will be coming back for final. So we'll need, plant sizes, quantities, species, irrigation, yes, all that good stuff. And then, I guess my only comment would be to, well, maybe I'll clarify first. So you have a boxwood hedge wrapping around here. Is that planter at the same elevation as the deck adjacent?
Yes.
Okay, so then I think part of the problem or part of the concern was privacy here. So I think, I hate to have a big long hedge right along the property line, but I don't think that's going to be sufficient to provide the privacy necessary for the neighboring residents. So I guess what I would wrap the privet hedge around the corner and run it down the south, is it?
Okay.
Property line.
Can I make a little comment just for clarification? The view corridor for this property is over top of that boxwood to the south east. Right. And if you look at the residence there, that part of the residence is their garage. And so their driveway is right where your arrow is right now. That is their driveway coming up to their property.
Right.
The boxwood was to give a little bit of privacy to the Ekron's patio, but also give them ability to keep their view. Because right now that's their view corridor is right over top of their driveway.
Okay, so let me ask you this then. What's the elevation difference between this driveway and this patio?
If let's go back, I don't have the plan in front of me, but if you look at go backwards in plan here. Let me see if I can pick up. You can kind of see just visually there. It's not that much, but it's. I tried to do two things. The existing deck that comes out of where those five, where the 6 French doors are. That's the existing living room, which right now is just a fixed glass, and there's I would say like a half round patio. If you can go to the existing, I'll show you a little bit more of one more back. Go one more back.
Existing site plan?
Yeah, let's go to existing site plan. There you go. So if you look.
You got some elevations here, looks like.
Yes.
38, 41, so 4 feet or so, right? Or 3. Yeah.
Right. And I've dropped it down by doing the steps coming out of the house. I've terraced that patio so that it's not as high over top. Partially that was to not, once I'm bringing that patio out towards their property line, is to not be overbearing over top of the neighbor, and also to soften the effect of coming out that direction on the street view.
I got you. Okay, I think you answered my question.
Okay.
Question for Alex: are there any setbacks for, gathering areas? I mean, can you have a patio in your side yard setback? I guess the point of all this is that it's so close, right? And you've only got a few feet there between. So, Alex, is there any setback rule about patios? And
not if it's like at grade. No.
What if it's raised?
If it's above 30 inches, I think it is, then yes, or 32 inches, one of those two.
Okay.
And just a clarification, there is a retaining wall that runs on their property line, on the property line that faces their property, that runs all the way from the back right-hand corner of the house all the way to the street, all the way to the corner of where I pick up the deck wall that I'm proposing. If you go to the elevation, you can kind of see a little bit of that view.
Okay. Well, okay. Well, I mean,
it's only about 2 feet high.
Okay. Scratch the last comment though about bringing back the Texas privet hedge. And I think beyond that, we'll just look for, a little more detail on the plan, and you'll keep the boxwood hedge, and you're looking good. So, any other comments?
We also need architectural details, I think, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
So
I can give give you those. That's
okay. Good. So then we are here for preliminary approval. Does somebody want to make?
I'll make a motion for preliminary approval with the comments made. Can this go back to consent or not?
I think it probably could.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. So return for final on consent, and
I'll second.
Second by Val. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We'll see you on consent.
Sounds good. Great. Thank you very much.
Yep. Okay, item number 4. PLSB LLC, new single-family dwelling and accessory structures. Excuse me. Request of Mark Lloyd, agent for PLSB LLC, for further conceptual review for a new 5,682 square foot dwelling, 786 square foot detached garage, and 695 square foot storage attached above, 800 square foot guest house, and 415 square foot attached pool cabana, detached 400 square foot greenhouse, and a generator. Proposed project will require 1,750 cubic yards of cut, 3,950 cubic yards of fill, and 2,200 cubic yards of import at 3393 Padero Lane. This was last heard on December 4th, 2020. And do we have the applicant here with us? If so, please state your name for the record.
Yep. Mr. Chair, I'm looking at the list right now and I don't,
Number are we? 4. I see Paul Rubinson. Paul, are you here to present?
Yes, I'm here for Padara Lane.
Yes.
Okay, are we moving on to that? I just switched into our conference room.
Oh, yes, we are just getting started on your project. So I will go ahead and read through the comments from the last time along with the planner memo.
Okay.
And I'll hand it over to you.
Mr. Chair, if I may interrupt for a second. Last time it looks like they say the applicant may return for preliminary and final review. And apparently this thing is scheduled for further conceptual review. What can we do about that?
So,
well, yeah, can't give it preliminary because it's a CDH and needs to get.
Okay.
Right. Actually, let me give an explanation of why we're back before we went to our zoning approval. So while we were working with the planning department, there was a few items that came up that we needed to address as far as the labeling of structures for the way that they wanted to develop the site. Primarily that with the ADU that we had proposed, the site is 2.02 acres, and because it's over 2 acres, we were going to have to locate an ADU at least 100 feet from the side property lines, which would have put it right smack in the middle of our property. So therefore, we kind of met with our clients, discussed the project, their intended use of the property, and in that process, we came up with an evolution of the design where we are actually looking at that as a guest house and a cabana. We also have, for those of you who made a site visit, we have a solarium that is temporarily erected on site, which we're going to actually do a permanent installation, and it's going to be a greenhouse. So we have a minor CUP that is associated with that greenhouse because it's 400 square feet. And then in developing the project with the owner, the main house has a larger footprint than the previous design that we had submitted and reviewed with this board. So what we wanted to do is come back for another conceptual presentation to make you aware of those changes and make sure that everything was all approved with SBAR before we proceeded with our zoning hearing.
Okay. So I'll go ahead and read through the comments in the planner memo, and then I'll hand it over to you. First comment, good project, mass, bulk, and scale. The project is appropriate. Architectural style is appropriate. Recommend making the fireplace on main building more prominent. Return with more developed landscape plan. Consider incorporating more layered planting near property boundaries. Large cypress tree should be saved if possible. Study property entrance and parking. Consider direct path from parking to single family dwelling. And planner comments are as follows. This may proceed for further conceptual. County zoning ordinance requires a minor conditional use permit for the proposed 406 square foot detached greenhouse. Proposed greenhouse is located within footprint of existing single family dwelling proposed to be demolished, but location would not comply with coastal land use plan policy as stated below. Which says, in addition to that.
It's our string line policy.
Okay, do I need to read it?
You don't have to.
Okay.
I mean, unless you guys need a refresher on the string line policy, but.
No, I think it's pretty straightforward stuff. Yeah. So, all right, good. So Paul, we'll turn it back over to you and you can tell us where you want to go in the plan set.
Yeah, well, I mean, Mark, do you want to update them on your latest conversation about the string line and the placement of that greenhouse? I mean,
well, we're having and have had an active conversation with planning staff as to the interpretation and applicability of the string line as they've laid out. We are still contemplating staff's position as compared to what the ordinance reads, and we hope to come to a resolution of that here soon. And so that's where we're at with that right now.
Yeah.
I am willing to discuss and answer any questions that the board may have as to the policy interpretation, but that's where we're at with staff. So, and I suppose that if we're close to conforming that, if we had to move the greenhouse, it would be moved appropriately to be consistent with the ordinance and for the making of the necessary findings. So that is an evolving question.
So what's the issue then? Because you look like you're behind the string line.
That string line is not.
Oh, I see.
That's our interpretation of the string line. What we were presenting here is that if you actually look at the placement of those, actually all the buildings on the site relative to the adjacent properties and the current building, what we're presenting is of much less impact to the beach than what is currently there. And we feel like we actually have a very conservative approach to the development of this property on Padaro Lane, especially compared to neighbors further down the beach.
Okay, gotcha. So let me,
and just to fill that in a little further.
I think we get it.
Okay, great.
Yeah, so I'm assuming that the county feels that this is the string line.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, and so Alex, we're supposed to comment on that, or are you
Yeah, I mean, you're welcome to.
Okay.
As Mark indicated, we're in ongoing discussions.
Okay.
You guys are welcome to address it from a site planning and aesthetic standpoint.
Okay, so guys, why don't you take us through the project and let us know what's changed and address the comments.
Okay, so generally our changes are twofold. One is that we have expanded the main house footprint, basically in the same location, but it's gotten larger.
Yeah, we held the south point of the house, which is the beach side of it, and we grew closer to Padaro Lane as the footprint increased so that we wouldn't impact any closer to the beachfront.
And then the other element in the changes is we have substituted for the ADU that is up by the street frontage and have replaced that with a cabana and a guest house. The reason for us doing that is that the ADU ordinance is written in such a manner that its goal and objective is, in one part, is to place ADUs behind the primary structure, which is all well and good. However, when you have beachfront properties such as you have here, sort of the orientation is reversed, and the street frontage is actually the rear of the property, and the beach is the front of the property as far as orientation, et cetera, et cetera. So this would have forced us to place the ADU about 100 feet back from the front setback line, and it just was so interruptive on the overall scale and placing of structures here, orientation to the ocean, et cetera, that we decided just to avoid that ordinance issue altogether and replace it with a guest house and cabana.
Okay.
And you'll also see that in this, we've been working with Mark Lloyd on the civil engineering and the layout of the gate, the parking, the pathways, taking all comments from the board into consideration as we did so.
Yeah, as far as the grading and layout, it's, as I said, the plan is unchanged from what you saw before, except for the substitution of a guest house cabana for the ADU and an expansion of the main house.
Yep.
So, Mr. Chair, if I'm looking at the plan, the page above, it's showing the existing conditions. And is the argument as to whether the string line is measured from the existing or if you remove that structure, then the string line changes? Is that what?
In essence, Alex,
yes.
The policy is that the house on the property doesn't count.
I see. Okay.
And then the concern is that, with enough development, then everything starts pushing further and further from the beach with each development of the properties.
And as you can see from our plan, you know, our new main house is actually behind the old house, and we have this small greenhouse out front. So,
Okay.
well, that's where part of our interpretation issues lie.
Alex, we draw the string line from adjacent development on adjacent properties, not taking into consideration the location of development on the subject lot. So that's where that line that Chris had temporarily drawn in there, that's where that would come from.
But in this case, I guess what's different is that the house right next to it is so different. You know, the one
It is pretty far back, yeah.
Yeah, why wouldn't it be like that?
Yeah, if you start looking at it that way, then you know that seems to be more like a, you know, if you take 2 or 3 properties in it, because I've seen that done too in the city and the county, that we take several properties on each side to draw the string line, right?
Yeah, Coastal Commission takes a very narrow view of it. But historically, we've looked at adjacent properties, and I agree, there is a situation where the adjacent property to this east, I guess it is, south, I'm not sure, but
it would be to the east,
is pulled back, and so that does impact where the string line would be drawn.
Okay. All right, moving on. Where should I go?
Okay.
Keep moving on the plans.
Yep. I mean, this basically is just showing the further development. The program is very similar to what we had presented previously, but we've just been working with the client to update the design. These are, the latest extra elevations, which show the, the development of that aspect of the project. It's very in tune with the previous design schemes that we had presented, but showing the larger footprint.
Okay. Did you do anything with the chimney?
We have actually increased the size of the chimney. That's probably something that we'll continue to develop as we get into the detailing of it. But we did respond to the comments about making it a little bit more prominent.
What, how much larger is the house now? You said that it grew. It was like what, 4 feet in diameter, or 3 or 5 or 10? How much more?
Yeah, it pushed out, I think it was maybe in the neighborhood of 10 feet.
10 feet.
Around it. We went from, I mean, previously it was, the footprint was 1,653 square feet. We're now at 2,895, so that did increase the footprint, but we still feel like it's a very appropriate scale for the site.
which is the largest property along Cadero Lane.
Correct. Yeah.
And this is your height limit here, but this is an architectural projection is the argument.
That is a cupola. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And then has this building changed? This is the guest house?
It has been developed with the changing of its use, but it is very similar to the previous design.
Yeah, it decreased in size, obviously floor area from 1,200 square feet to 800 square feet, but then it has the connected cabana on it. So it's about the same footprint.
Yeah. And then we did update the landscape to correspond with the new site configuration.
Okay. All right. Okay. Anything else to share?
I think that covers everything. I mean, basically, we're hoping that if the board agrees that we would be able to proceed with our zoning approval and then come back for a preliminary final hearing with further design development at that time.
Okay. I think one of the comments that was not picked up from the last time was just the amount of trees that are being removed. Do we have a plan that shows that?
We do.
It's in the civil set. We could open up the previous.
Yeah, I believe there's 110 trees being removed. The vast majority of them are eucalyptus.
Correct.
And we all know the effect that the eucalyptus dander has on on the other vegetation and ground conditions. So I'd say 95% of them were eucalyptus.
Okay, and then what of that one cypress? I think it was somewhere in here. Was that able to be saved, or is that coming too?
We've actually flagged that one because it is tucked in with a number of eucalyptus trees. So what we want to do is keep it and review it with the owner. But once the eucalyptus trees around it come out, we want to see the condition of that tree in its entirety. But they are open to considering keeping that tree.
Okay, so basically 110, most of the eucalyptus come out and you're replaced with sycamore and redwood.
Correct.
And okay.
Yeah, there is one sequoia redwood that also is remaining.
Yeah.
Right by the dual parking space.
Right, and this got rearranged also, if I recall, right? This
it has
in a little bit. You added these extra 4. Okay, are there anything else you want to show us or share?
No, I think that's everything at the time, unless there's any questions or comments that we need to clarify.
Okay, questions from the board, Mr. Peugeot?
Yeah, what's the dimension of that octagon now, with the porch and without the porch? I don't see a dimension line here.
The dimension of the main house?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see.
Wall to wall and then with the porch.
All right, so I know that the porch is 10 feet deep, and let me look up. I can let you know what the size of the building is in just a moment. And dimensions, here we go. So the overall building is 60 feet across from front to back, side to side.
And then the 10 feet is besides that, right? So it would be like 80 feet. Am I correct with that?
Correct. If you include the porch, the overall would be 80.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Thanks.
Yep.
Of an octagonal building.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So okay. I thought there was also a comment about layered planting. Did I miss that?
Right. Yeah. We have added some hedging and some trees along the perimeter to layer at the property lines.
Okay. All right. Other questions, Alex? You good?
Oh, yeah. I have a question. What happens on the top? Is it open on the center, or has got glass, or what's the story?
There is a skylight up at the top.
Okay.
Yep. And it's kind of over. There's like a point of arrival at the second floor that you would come up under.
Right. Vestibule. Yeah. There.
Yeah. There's a vestibule at the top of the stairs.
Okay. Val, questions?
Yeah, I had some questions. Can you go back to the site plan? Yeah. Now, how does the cabana work? What does the cabana relate to? Aren't cabanas usually for pool or sports court or what?
Yeah, I mean, that's basically, a place where, people can drop gear and shower off before tracking through the main house.
Okay, so it's
can
that? Yes.
You can have a cabana on beachfront property. You don't need a pool to support it for the ordinance.
Okay.
And as you may know, we have no swimming pool on this plan.
Yeah.
Right.
But
Okay.
we do have a beach. Yeah.
Yes. Now, you said that you had a tree plan, because when I was out at the site, that was the most striking element of this property. I mean, it is a very historic property, probably the earliest Padaro development would be my guess. And there's many super large specimen trees all over the property. So have you been working with planning about that? Because I've seen in other property, oceanfront properties with big eucalyptus trees, that they were in fact considered, you know, kind of environmentally part of the context in terms of nesting sites and all of that. So what's the history for you with all these specimen trees, and, you know, showing where they all are and which ones are being removed and why? And I mean, there's some very specimen palm trees and other kinds of trees as well, but I just don't get a sense of that from this plan.
Well, we could share a screen if that's all right and show you an exhibit and take you through the trees that we are removing. There is, do we have that ability, Chris?
Yeah, Leah, can you, let's see, can I?
I don't think so.
Let's see if I hit share screen.
Yeah, it looks like your co-host.
Yeah. So it looks like it's going to stop your screen sharing. So I'm going to say yes.
Go ahead.
Let's see if it goes through. It looks like it's working. I'm going to pull up. Okay. So there's also a large fruit orchard
right.
that is here that is really of no use. The clients are very concerned about the flammability of the eucalyptus trees in their litter. So that was kind of their decision that for the safety and security of the property, that they didn't want to keep any of the eucalyptus trees. And you'll see that the vast majorities are labeled as eucalyptus. And then there are some trees that are just, you know, in the path of developing the property. There are some trees that we have flagged that we're looking at relocating on the property. If they, you know, hold up and are able to be transplanted, we will. But we do have, you know, some trees here where we want to put the main house. But the vast majority are these eucalyptus that are scattered along the perimeter and throughout the property.
Yeah, so at the main house, I believe there are 4 palm trees that are being removed there, but there are other palm trees around the perimeter that are remaining. As you can see here, most of the eucalyptus are either screening trees along the road frontage, and then there's a cluster, you know, that's in this area here, but most of them are along the road frontage. And then there's also some property line eucalyptus in here.
Yeah.
And so, and then there's a cluster down in here and a cluster over in here.
Yeah.
So, I mean, typically we would have a list of, you know, Alex, is there any requirement for having an arborist involved, or is that at our discretion? And
that's for the tree.
Yeah. Do we have I might have another.
I mean, there's no particular requirement for an arborist. We do have policies talking about, you know, protection of specimen trees.
So has that been looked at?
And
even habitat for, you know?
I believe, well, I don't know exactly for certain, but I don't believe this eucalyptus is supporting any monarch butterfly habitat currently.
Yeah, and we did have an arborist come out and walk the site, and he said that there was no trees that he saw that were worth saving.
Can we get a report that says that?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, we can produce that.
Absolutely. I think we have a letter from him already.
Yes.
So we'll forward that.
Yeah, I think we just,
the plan.
I mean, for obvious reasons, right?
Yeah.
Just want to make sure that we're doing what we can to preserve things if they should be.
Yeah, and I guess I'm kind of surprised that there's not more emphasis by you guys on the specimen trees that you are saving and where they are, because it's such a spectacular feature of this property. But I don't really, I don't see it in your presentation. So
are you
surprised?
Are these existing trees? Is that where you're showing in here?
Yeah, those are.
Okay, so we'll label that so we know what they are, and maybe make it a little more pronounced. I don't know. It's just it just seems like not much of
It
a
doesn't seem like
priority.
focus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can put attention on that.
Okay. So
And the ones that you're relocating and where they're getting relocated to. I mean, there are some amazing palm trees on the property, and I don't really know where they are or what's happening to them.
yeah.
Okay.
So then, I mean, what is happening here? Are these all existing cypress also?
Yes.
Those are all existing sites that are remaining.
So like, okay. So anyway, we're on questions. So, Val, you good? John, questions? I think we already asked you maybe, but I can't remember.
No, I have no question.
No questions. All right. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? If so, please raise your hand. You know, hands go up. And so we can come back to the board for comments, and let's just start with Val because she's on a roll.
Well, I would just continue with what I was already saying about putting more emphasis on the trees that are existing, that are being kept or relocated, and the giving us arborist report background to go with it, because it's a really important part of this property. And it's interesting because the size of the octagon, really, it feels really large now, and it didn't before. So I guess that 10 feet really made a difference. You know, again, if it's kind of nestled in there and has big trees around it, maybe it doesn't feel out of scale, but you can see, you know, look at the little old Victorian to the east. It looks like it's on a different planet in terms of scale. So
This thing, you mean?
yeah, that's an old Victorian house. It must have been part of the whole original complex as well.
A comment?
Yes.
Yeah, as you go through the whole Padaro Line beachfront here, particularly to the east, you know, the Victorian does seem to be its own little unique place, because all of the other houses are so large, so massive in bulk scale and size on thin lots. It is quite a contrast. And when you look at neighborhood compatibility, this development that we're proposing may not be on the scale of the little Victorian, but it certainly is much more sensitive to the existing site than all the development you got both to the east and west of here.
Yeah, there's actually the site plan on, I think, sheet 2 shows a little bit more context, but then we also have like photos up and down the beach.
Yeah,
that are,
yeah, and we can prepare
Yeah,
a
no,
visual sim that really enunciates that.
I'm sorry, maybe page 3, one more. There you
Well,
go.
I know there's a lot of very large houses, almost setback to setback along Padaro.
Yeah.
But the striking thing about this property and the one adjacent with the little Victorian, because I think they did all belong together at one time, is that it's an incredible piece of Padaro Lane history of an actual multi-structure farm. You can feel that it was an old farm in a way, the way that it was developed. So there's, you know, just some kind of connection or acknowledgement of the history of this whole parcel would be appreciated. And I think the greenhouse structure is beautiful and is an interesting twist on, you know, a new approach to this old historic property. But the octagon feels really large. So
Yeah, we feel it adds a sort of a unique shape and style that contrasts to the sort of rectangular 2-story bulk and scale that you have all over the place. And I would agree with you. Jack Morehart was a good friend of mine, and I've been on this property for 30 years, and he created his own little unique environment here, as Jack liked to do. It is a unique site.
Okay, Mr. Pujo, comments?
Yeah, I agree with Valerie's comments. I think I would like staff to support the concept of the string line as previously thought. I agree with the applicant that the location of that little greenhouse it's wonderful. And I have no problem with the guest house. I think it keeps the original design. But I do think that the design of the main house has changed. It's not just the floor plan, it's just also the elevation. They look out of scale. They look just like, there was something cute about it. And I was just thinking about the numbers, and it did grow by 75%. Not double, but almost double the size. And now the porch looks too small compared to the girth of the house itself. The cupola, it's large. The roof gets taller. I don't think I can support this octagon. It's not the square footage, mind you. It's not the number. It's not the number like it's too high. I agree that there are bigger houses and so forth. It's just that the beauty of the design, the beauty that you had before, is not here anymore, because there's nothing cute about it. Before it was like a house there was a lot of porch. The relationship between porch and house was certain, and now that thing is gone, and it looks like an overweight design, like has grown. Also, the projection of the entrance coming out of the octagon, that doesn't help either. It doesn't work well in plan, and it works worse in elevation, including the second story projection, but it's not even necessary in plan, if I understand this correctly. But it just doesn't, it takes away, because it was very beautiful, now it's less beautiful. So I'm not sure how the rest of the team thinks about it, but maybe it has to, maybe the octagon concept is not, it's not working anymore. Maybe you need something else, an octagon plus something else, or an appendage of the octagon that doesn't keep the whole central form. I don't know what, but I think you lost a lot by increasing the size of this octagon. That's my take.
Okay. Do you guys have the previous set? Do you have elevations of the octagon?
Yeah.
Did you want to share that, or?
Yeah, we can do that.
We'll get a good look here, Alex, and we'll try and everybody else.
Let's see. Let me go ahead and do a screen share. Let's see if I can get the button that lets me do that again. Okay, there we go. Oh, the host has disabled participant screen sharing.
There we go, Paul. You should be good to go.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's do that again. All right. So this is the previous set that we had developed, where we were looking at the style of the octagon, looking at the solarium, showing it kind of in the context of the area. So if we move through this, actually, this might even have, did you have the tally of the trees on this set?
Yeah, I believe so. There's a tree.
Yeah, the elevation of the octagon before and after, I think.
Yeah. Okay, so let me move to, we actually had hand renderings the last time we presented this. So,
well, you can see, that's my point. The cupola, the proportion between the porch and the octagon. I don't see an end. Is there an entrance too? Yeah, I guess there is an entrance. There's a projection on the entrance. Somehow it seemed to work better there, right? Like the entrance comes out, or it's unclear.
Well, this didn't have a projection on the second story, I don't think, right?
Right, we wanted to accentuate the front door as you approach. So we created that bay over the front door.
Yeah, I think if you compare the two, this and the other one, it
Yeah,
has
this
lost
is-
something. I'm not sure what the solution is. I'm just comment.
Yeah.
Something has lost, and the portion of the project over 28 feet is a lot larger now.
Yeah. So
Okay.
this is okay.
Anything else, John or Alex?
No, that's right. But I do like the design. I like everything else. I like it very much like how it was before. It's just that I wish you could have something like that.
Yeah, I understood. Yeah.
Mr. Verdiak?
Well, I agree with these comments that before it was a intimate kind of a pop building, which was in scale and character of Montecito. Now it's larger and it's serious. So I don't know. I liked it before, but I don't know what else to say.
Okay, maybe something in between. I think I concur, especially the cupola makes it feel bigger, but it looks bloated to me. But anyway, so let's see here. I'll probably just stick to the landscape. So I'm a little concerned too about, well, one, all the trees, and I want to see more due diligence in terms of, where you've been, where you're going. But it just seems like the landscape is not very sensitively designed to the site. You're starting over, which is fine. But one of the comments was to provide some layered planning up along the property lines, and that just a hedge along, it doesn't do that. And we have huge drifts of things, which is fine. But I don't know. It's very East Coast, which we talked about last time. I'm concerned still about the water use. I don't know if you've done any of your calculations yet.
We have, yeah.
You have? Okay. So I think just, I don't know what to say about it, but just, I think more detail for one, show where the existing trees are to remain. For instance, out at the street, you have a lot of cypress, and then you're just going to plant a little bunch of ribes, and that's it for the front. That doesn't do much in terms of interest. So again, layered planting might be more helpful there. Maybe more variety in the new tree choices. If you're going to go East Coast, I don't know, throw some Japanese maples in there or something. And then longevity, like the hummingbird sage will last for a couple of years. The heuchera will last for a couple of years and then go away. So, it's a decent palette. The hydrangeas don't always look great. A lot of these are just sort of high water use plants, and then some native. So, and there's a lot of lawn, and there's not much. It's just lawn. It's just wall to wall carpeting kind of a feel. So, I would maybe spend a little bit more time. And you're probably going for a simplicity thing here, which is fine. And I tend to overplant, so I don't want to talk too much about it. But like in this area around the guest house, that looks like it was sort of more well thought out. And then you get out to the rest of the property, it's, I don't know, plain, or I don't want to say boring, but I think the comment about layered planting along the boundaries still stands. So then in the bocce court, I'm not sure, as far as the orientation of that, what it's relating to. Maybe it's a grading thing, but it's kind of stuck out there at a weird angle. So that's, I think, all my landscape comments. Beyond that, I think the greenhouse location is great. I think even if it goes beyond the string line, it's something for people walking on the beach to appreciate, because it's such a neat little structure. So I would be totally in support of that location for that. But I think that's about it for me. Let's see, Alex, do you need any clarification on those very succinct comments?
No, I got the comments. I guess the question is, where are you guys at with this? Do you want to see it again before it goes through the permit process, or?
Yes. I mean, I don't think.
Seems
there's
like it.
I don't think there's support for the project at this point, as it was last time.
And actually, additional comment, actually on this landscape plan, I mean, you have a lot of the plants are pointing to hardscape areas. So I think you just need to take a closer look at that. But also, what are the hardscape elements to be proposed? What is the type of driveway? What are the pathways, et cetera? So maybe a landscape materials board or just call outs.
Right.
And integration with the existing trees.
Yeah.
In the plan, in a way that acknowledges how many important trees there are.
Yeah, the landscape design is very much still in progress. As you know, we were presenting as a conceptual development of it, that we want to get input on the buildings, the layouts, etc. But we are going to continue to develop and refine the landscape.
Okay.
So all those comments.
But thank you for your comments. They've been very constructive and helpful.
Yeah, that makes sense because we are here for conceptual. So I think the idea then, so Alex, do we reschedule it for conceptual or can it be conceptual preliminary? We can't do preliminary.
No, can't do preliminary, so just say conceptual.
All right, so one more time.
All right.
And we'll see you soon.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, gentlemen, moving on to item number 5. This is the Bechler edition. Did I pronounce
Beckler,
it?
yes.
Beckler? I knew I was going to get it wrong. All right.
It's 2 hard names, so.
Mine's even worse. Let's see. So, I'm sorry, say it again. Beckler?
Beckler, yeah. So CK sound, but CH spelling.
Got it.
And my name is Devaney, which is also tricky. So I'll just say that for you right now.
I would have got that one for sure.
I don't know.
Request of Devaney Beckler, owner of residence, to consider for conceptual review 298 square foot patio cover and a 251 square foot single story addition to the existing residence for a 1,846 square foot residence without grading, located at 5248 Plaza Aylman in Goleta Valley area. So let me pull the plans up, or do you want to start with site photos maybe?
Sure. Do you have everything, or
I think so.
do I share my screen?
No, I think I got it.
Okay.
So we'll start with site photos.
Yeah, it's,
So
it's
this
a
is
pretty
the house.
It's a pretty basic proposal, Mr. Chair.
It's super basic after watching all the ones that you guys just did. Mine's like 5 minutes. This much extra house.
I think it's too small. I think you should propose a larger.
I think that's great. Yeah, let's just do it.
All right, so everybody got a good look. Comparable homes in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
So I just want to point out, if you're going to pull up comparable homes, the middle one is the exact same project that we're doing, and you guys approved it 6 years ago. So I really hope that it's just straightforward. We went over there, we talked to them.
Okay.
They gave us their building plans. It's like the exact same floor plan.
All right, very good.
And then there's
So-
2 others that have like properties that show like the house matching with the garage,
Right.
plane.
It's simple, Chris. Just go to the LUP plans. You can see it in the site. It's very clear, and then the elevations. It's very basic.
Okay.
Pretty
Thank you.
basic, yeah.
All right. So
Should I go or no?
sure, go ahead. Sorry.
Would you actually go to the very first page on this one? Because that's kind of where my notes start. It'll help me do a better job. So if you zoom in just to the property, yeah, there you can see, like it's been mentioned, we're just adding that tiny spot right there. Landscaping, we're going to put Mexican sage in the front, spaced out evenly. I really like symmetry and clean lines. I'm going to put an Indian hawthorn tree in the front. There'll be like a wall that will connect that courtyard area, you can see. And then everything else landscaping wise stays the same. We are using drip irrigation and using a layer of walk-on bark for the ground covering. When we bought the house, the back patio cover came, but it wasn't permitted. We found out when we went to apply for this addition. So that's there. You can see the elevations in later on. But that's also part of this project currently existing. Hopefully we can leave it there because we love it. Okay, then if you look, okay, so you did the similar photos. So yeah, you can go to the elevations page. I think that's the next one. Oh, two more, yeah. So this is what we currently have. I submitted another page to our planner. It looks like this one didn't get in. That's fine. It has more of the elevations in terms of how long the house is, how tall the roof lines are. We're not really changing anything structurally to the house. We're just kind of pushing out the exact same piece to match the garage level. I'm trying to think on that proposed elevation, the east one, we will add a window. You'll see that in a little bit. On the west elevation, we'll add 2 windows. And then in the front, we normally have 1 giant window that centers on that pop out in our master. And we're going to just separate it a little bit to kind of give it a little bit more character. And then we'll still have the wall, like I said, the trees there, and then we'll have a gate. If you go to the bottom left of your screen, I don't know all the words that you guys use, but yeah, this is what we'll be designing it with. I'd love to have that white stucco wall with black trim, black windows, and then a little half wall. It's not half, it's really 5 feet. I'll show you why in a little bit. And then a wood gate and black lights are there. So that's elevations. And then you guys look at interior, I'm assuming too, right?
Not really. No.
Oh, okay. Well, I was really excited about that part. We're getting another bedroom and bathroom is our hope. And that's all right there. So you can kind of see.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay, good. That is pretty straightforward.
Yep.
So, is there any questions from the board? No. Anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand. See no hands. Back to the board. Anyone have comments?
I think it's ready to go for preliminary and final on consent. Just a suggestion, it looks like the front windows are a little bit too long. I would make them a little bit shorter, but that's just me, just the suggestion. Both of them, the left and the right, they seem a little bit out of scale. Maybe 6 inches higher would be better on my book, but whatever you want.
You're talking about vertical, right?
Yes, just raising from the bottom. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, any other comments?
Yeah, I think that the existing house has board siding above the plate line at the eave. I mean, I think that, since you got half of it on there anyway, I put it on the other half too, just to give it a little more relief. I think that the fence also, you could have some fun with that to give some relief to it. Both of these planes are going to be out front now, and that's going to diminish the scale of the building. I mean, it's going to look more massive, but I think, you could make kind of a focal point out of that fence with, some variation or some sort of good thinking into it that'll make it appealing and inviting. Even if you didn't have the fence in the same plane, either it's coming
It's
out
set
all the
back.
way up,
Yeah,
set back a
it's set
little.
back about 2 feet. And there's, a walkway that will go up to it. But yeah, I mean, I'm definitely open. I like the more modern look. A couple of houses in our neighborhood are approaching that style. But we went back and forth a lot with that trim at the top because I do think it adds character and definition. So yeah, I'm happy to hear suggestions.
Well, the house is what it is, and you sort of go along with it, so to speak.
I missed this to see that. I totally agree with John that you should keep it. It's just
Okay, just keep that. The top trim is what you're talking about, like the
siding.
I don't know the words for it. Yeah, the siding.
Horizontal siding, and there appears to be a little corbel too on the peak.
Yes.
Yeah, just the same. Yeah, keep the same thing.
Okay.
Okay, very good. I would take 6 inches off that wall.
Okay.
I don't know if,
Yeah.
how it feels in there, but I've kind of had a little fishbowl feeling to it maybe. So even at 5 feet, you'll see over it. I would go 4.5 or even less.
Okay.
For, 42 inches, I think would be fine. That way, when you're sitting down, you're still kind of blocked, but it's not so, I don't know, imposing. Just a suggestion, not a comment.
Okay. Okay. Just
But
taking notes.
Seems a little high to me.
Okay.
No, it's existing that way.
Well,
It doesn't have to be.
Yeah, it could be masonry down below and wood on top, that
Yeah.
you can see through, so.
Yeah. So anyway, I think, like I said, pretty straightforward. Any other comments? All right. So as Alex said, this is here for conceptual. I think we can return preliminary final on consent, Alex?
Yeah.
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 Okay. Well, there you go. Keep up the good work.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, item number 6. Finally, Fontes Edition, request of Greg Schmidt, agent for owners Marco Fontes and Armita Asfar, for conceptual review of a modification to reduce the current 125-foot front yard setback up to 6.8 feet to allow construction of a 193 square foot front entry addition, which already encroaches 4.8 feet into the setback, and allow 3 required parking spaces within the front yard setback. I won't read all. Well, the associated LUP is for construction of the entry addition, a 108 square foot master bath and closet addition, HVAC units, structural alterations to an existing legal non-conforming drive-through carport to a trellis, a new 46 by 18 foot pool and spa and driveway gate, and 2 magnolia trees proposed for removal. This is located at 965 Las Palmas Drive. Do we have Greg waiting patiently still with us? Yes.
Good afternoon.
All right. Give me a second and I'll pull up the plans.
Sure. It's a beautiful day anyway.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, we wouldn't know.
My door is open at least.
So what should I open?
Actually, if you just want to go to the site plan, C 0.1 would be fine.
Well, I have a folder full of stuff.
Oh, okay.
And then I have the.
I'm actually not on my desktop, so that's kind of harder.
Fontes Edition. Look, read the one that says Fontes Edition.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me see.
Yeah. And then go to the next page on this.
Okay.
Yeah, next page on that.
Before we do that, I'm going to read the planner memo, which states the applicant is working on an arborist report for the existing coast live oaks on the property. So there you go. Actually, let's get a little orientation here maybe, because this is the first time we're seeing this, right?
Right. So basically, it's between Las Palmas and Villa Rosita on the west side. It's kind of the northern side of the Laguna Blanca playfield there.
Got it. So over here. Okay.
Correct.
Gotcha. All right. Good.
So basically, we're asking for the modifications. The house, as you can see, already is legal non-conforming. On the north, it encroaches 15 feet and change. And on the south, it has right now it has a covered drive-through, if you will, which was originally a garage. And they left the plaster wall and the roof. So I want to kind of ease the massing on that and just put a trellis up that you drive under. We're asking for the front yard modification to just enhance the entry, to kind of pop it out a little bit past the original, to give it a. And I believe we need to get the 2 guest parking spots, and they have to be in a setback because there's no other place to put them. And then the pool, which is in the backyard, on the thing you just read, it's only 18 by 35. I don't know if he's counting the spa too, but that basically works with the existing topo. It has a few steps up. and they'll have like a spillway that will spill down into a flush trough. You have some noise to kind of mitigate some of the Las Palmas traffic. And there's a small retaining wall to develop a little bit of patio around the pool. And those oaks on the west side, I met with the arborist yesterday, matter of fact, and don't see too much issue with that as long as we don't do any over X. So, but he'll generate a report for us to follow the guidelines.
Okay.
But a little bit more towards the front, we're proposing that entry gate off the right of way. That is a little higher up on your screen. You can see an elevation of that right there. So basically it's just a couple of simple 6'6" plaster columns with some tube steel framing, mainly kind of leave it open and airy, which is given the somewhat privacy. A new walkway to the front door and some really low poured in place concrete walls. Yeah, exactly. So I don't know if you want to go to the floor plan, or we can go to the elevation and go back to the floor plan, or that's existing survey. So that wall on the top of the page there, that's between the existing garage parking area, if you will, and the and the new patio, just to give it some screening. Also, the neighbor kind of looks in that way too. So just a board form concrete wall with some nice cedar gates. And let me see the patio area. Will probably be in the front. We're just going to do a sand finish concrete. The style is more of a modern farmhouse, if you will. There's the trellis, as you see on your left.
So that's new, right?
Yes, we're taking down the roof structure of that and just kind of trying to minimize the impact that it has now because it's so close to the property line. And then in the front there, as you first walk in, there are some fire features kind of outside of that front patio. Just as you kind of walk to the front door, give you a little bit of a look.
This is fire feature?
Yeah, there's a fire feature on the left there that, a nice little flame at night would be nice, looking out the dining room window.
Okay.
And then
both those planners. Is that two fire things?
Well, I was either going to do two or one. Probably one's enough. So the one closest to Las Palmas will probably just be a planter, but give you the same look as you're walking up. But those are fairly low. They're only like 30 inches high.
Okay.
As you can see, we just pulling out the entry a little bit just to give it some substance. And these are going to have the Euroline steel windows and doors. So it's a really nice, crisp look. And there is brick on the house now in the front entry, the living room. I had some on the entry, so I want to kind of wrap that around the new entry. And it'll be painted to kind of a white, but kind of rubbed off, so it looks a little more worn. And then we're going to develop that in the back, which I can show you on the elevation. So that's existing elevations. You can kind of see on the top left.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. Where you kind of drive through that, and it's just kind of, it's not a very pleasant experience right now. So just want to kind of make it look a little nicer. And the entry is recessed here, so it doesn't have much substance. The back family, which was an addition, has a hip roof now, and it doesn't relate to anything on the house. So I want to change that back to a gable. So if you want to flip to the new, there you go. So as you can see, the top, the east elevation, a little lighter on the left side, which is the south side, and then adding the steel windows. The brick at the chimney and the right and left of the chimney is existing. Those window sizes are existing. And I just want to add that little bump up, get away from that 8-foot plate height and kind of give it a little more substance on the entry. It will have a standing seam metal roof and the dark bronze. I want to cap the top of the chimneys with some plate steel to give them a little more extension. There's a detail of that. And then we're going to add the siding, take off some of the stucco look. And it's the charred 1x6 and running vertical. So we have that kind of a nice off-white kind of rubbed gray, brick with the charred wood. It's a nice combo, which I can show you a sample board here in a minute. But fairly tight overhangs, keeping with the style of the more than modern farmhouse look. That basically you can see there. We're going to drive around. There's a clumping of existing olive trees in the driveway. We'll make a loop around that for easier egress and give us that area for the parking. There you go. So the landscape, you can kind of see it has a lawn up front. We're just going to kind of reconfigure to more of a, square the corners off a little bit. It's kind of a rambling lawn now. Adding the hedge to the front, which will block some of the traffic, and those will be the. Let me look at my notes real quick. The pittosporum, the variegated pittosporum, with the clumpings of the New Zealand laurel. So kind of give us, and then not keep it very straight, kind of keep it more of a rustic appeal. Adding an oak tree, kind of right off the guest parking, and right there. And then on the left of that would be another olive tree we can add because it has olives and oaks already on this property. Up against the house, down by the trellis, another olive tree there. And then, have a nice vine that would grow on the trellis that we would drive through. And then the back, kind of just add a few more olives up closer to the house. There's a couple eastern red buds up against the house to kind of give it some color that certain time of year. And kind of bordering the front lawn is just some more, drought tolerant grasses that get up a little higher and just kind of get more of a loose feel.
Okay. Good. All right. Anything else?
I think that's it, unless you have questions.
You said you had a color board, maybe?
Yeah, I could probably take over.
Oh, and then do you have photos? You do. Oh, did we see photos? I can't remember.
No, we didn't, but yeah.
There should be another attachment photos.
They're in the first folder.
Got
it. Yeah, there you go. So that brick that you see there would be, we could paint it out.
But it's so great right now. Is that big juniper staying in front of that thing? Oh, you're kind of freezing up.
Yeah, I don't know if that's me. It's probably my internet, but should be okay.
I'm just curious. Doesn't matter.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
I was just wondering if that's staying or going. That juniper.
That's all staying. It's all going to stay. Yeah, I'm just going to paint it out. Is that what you're talking about, the brick?
No, I was talking about the juniper and the little pom-pom.
No, I think we want to remove that.
What? Okay.
Do you want me to try to share the screen to show you the color board there? Or?
Yeah, let's just run through the photos real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, it's ready for an update, isn't it? Palms are remaining out the street. I assume I have to, I think.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, a link on there that shows how close you can plant and the heights and such.
Yeah, that's awful. Okay.
Does the olive tree that appears on the second picture remain?
Second picture?
Yeah, well, first.
Oh, that magnolia tree?
No, it looks like an olive on the Page one bottom. Yeah, that one.
Yeah, the olive stays.
Yeah, the olive stays. The only thing we're taking out is a couple smaller magnolias up by the pool. Yeah, that's the one we're gonna drive around now.
Yeah, so your new parking is kind of like
Yeah, right there with that clump of,
Mhm.
I don't know what those are. Is that junipers or?
Looks like it.
Yeah.
Have you gone through the Hope Ranch review?
Yes, we actually already had final from them.
Oh, you have final. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so do we want to look at the color board real quick?
Sure, I can. Do you want me to share?
Leah, can you give him sharing privileges?
You got it.
Okay. Screen Sam. What do I push this one?
Thanks.
Not doing anything. Stop broadcast. Okay, now we can do it. Oh, how do we flip it over so they can see it? Oh, switch cam. Oh.
Mr. Chair, this is Alex. I just wanted to interject real quick. I have to hop off for a little bit, but Tess Harris is on to back me up until I get back.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks.
Well,
yeah, I'm sorry, I'm having a.
That's all right. We can look at it next time. We're just the first time we're seeing it, so we'll just.
I should have taken a picture and.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I think are there any questions or?
Yeah. So, is there anything else you want to share with us, Greg?
No, unless you have any questions.
Okay, so to the board for questions, Alex.
No questions.
Okay. Val?
Nope.
John?
No.
Nope. Neither do I. Well, real quick, what's the material on the drive?
I'm sorry, I lost you for a second there.
Oh, yeah, material on the driveway?
Yeah, so basically, there's an asphalt driveway now. On the very front, where you can kind of see the look on the landscape plan, or even on the site plan, will be a kind of a 4x4 cobble, which is, I could have shown you, if I could flip this screen around. It's a basalt, so it's kind of a darker gray.
Okay.
And that's also in that guest parking area. And then we like to just chip seal the rest of it with a gray, small pea gravel.
Okay. And I guess I was looking before, this didn't look like you had the room to back up and get out, but I'm sure you do because it's been like that for a while.
Yeah, it's been that way. It is a little, that's why we had to kind of put the parking in the front because it's a little sticky back there, but
okay.
Kind of working with the existing.
Fair enough. Any other questions?
I do have a question. What is this modification thing and what do we have to do about it?
It's so it's right here. It's this entry is being bumped out and it's into the front setback. I'll go back. And then also the guest parking in the front setback.
Okay.
Yeah, and actually it's also the trellis, but we're using the same footprint, but since it's new, I believe the language is that we need to okay that too.
Okay. All right. Okay, if I.
So right there, Alex, you can kind of see the front setback is, I don't know where, somewhere in here.
Right now, it's the existing building is 120 and change, and we're trying to get 118 in a little bit. So it's a couple feet into the past the house that's there now.
All right, very good.
All right, so is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? If so, please raise your hand. Nope. Back to the board for comments. Alex.
Well, I think it's a very well thought out project, and I don't have any objections to it. I like the approach. I like the change of roof. I think the update of materials is well thought out. The front gate seems appropriate, and I think it's fine. I support the modifications. They seem to be. I mean, those front yard setbacks are huge in Hope Ranch, and if Hope Ranch is fine with the modification, I don't think we should get in the way. So I would just move this project along.
Okay.
Yeah, I would agree. I really like it. I think it's a very nice update to this existing property, and I appreciate your hand drawings. They're fun to look at. And
Thank you.
there's
Kind of a
there's
dinosaur.
this, yeah, it's really fun. And there's a sensitivity on every part of it, actually. I mean, I think the guest parking area is great, the way you're trying to utilize the trees that are there. The new landscaping screening along the road, the materials on the house change and the new entry, everything about it. It's a nice improvement.
Thank you.
Hey, John.
Well, I agree. I think that it will be an improvement, with one exception. I think that this chimney cap is way out of scale, and I think it should be reduced to at least a modest thing. I think it's 3 foot high. I just think it's out of scale and it's going to look awkward. But other than that, I think it's very sensitive. I think with the new windows and all that, it's going to be a great improvement.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I concur. Actually, I noticed that chimney cap too. I'm glad John said something because I felt the same way. And otherwise, I think you're definitely on the right track. I like what you did with the pool, and I did that on a similar thing where it's Infinity Edge faces the house, so you get kind of a waterfall feeling, which is kind of neat. Question: the modification for parking, was that for 3 cars?
It's for 2. I was just trying to sneak another one in, but it'd be nice to have be a little landscaping there too. So
yeah.
As you kind of come around the right side of those olives, I don't want to pinch it too much, but maybe we can soften that up a little bit and get rid of the extra car there.
Yeah, I think you're gonna end up with a lot of paving.
Okay, that's kind of existing there now, so it'd be kind of nice to maybe reduce that, and it kind of blocks the walkway.
So maybe consider additional planting at the southeast corner,
right?
Southwest corner.
Southeast
corner instead of parking.
Okay.
And reduce the size of the chimney cap. Otherwise, we are here for conceptual, and I think everybody would probably agree we could return for prelim and final at full board for next time.
How about consent?
Well, yeah, we could do that. I mean, we don't have very detailed on the landscape, but yeah, if you guys feel fine with that, I'm okay with that.
I mean, there are not a lot of details, but it seems like the whole concept is so well developed that I would imagine that the applicant thought about this very much, and I kind of feel confident that probably has a good set of drawings coming.
Okay. Any objections?
No, I agree with that.
Okay, so return for prelim final on consent. Congratulations.
Great, thanks for your time.
Okay. All right, item number 7. Moving on, this is the Santa Barbara Polo and Racquet Club exterior alterations, Toro Canyon. Request of Ken Dixon, agent for Santa Barbara Polo and Racquet Club, for conceptual review of a 3,164 square foot clubhouse remodel. The will not require grading. It's a 5-acre parcel located at 3375 Foothill Road in Carpinteria. And do we have an applicant here?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Your name for the record, sir?
It's Mark Winke.
Okay, Mark, give me 1 second. I'll pull up the plans. Does everybody know where this is? This is where it is. So can you give us an idea of where we are here, Mark? What's this road? I think we can no longer hear you, Mark. Are you still there or did I freeze? Can anybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Mark seems to be muted.
Oh, Mark, yeah, Mark, you're muted.
Is he allowed as a, oh, there it is.
How about this?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes. So can you give us some context, Mark?
You have to bear with me a little bit on this because I'm pinch hitting at the last minute here.
Uh-huh.
So the polo fields, you all know where those are at, Endeavor, and the north is at the top of the screen.
Okay.
I believe where your hand is just below the building. And
Right.
the building was built years ago before any of the condos were built, which are below. And it's basically a ranch style originally. And it's kind of interesting and funny. The plans, they dug up the old plans and the plans had the building on there. And then in the corner, somebody wrote by hand, two-piece tile roof. Not that it was on the drawings, but now it's on the drawings. So they ended up building the building with a two-piece tile roof. And they didn't change the structure. So now they're doing an addition and there are some interior renovations and some window replacements. And they noticed that all the roofs in the large spanned areas were all sagging almost 3 inches. And it's because of this, they found that out. And so the existing conditions do not allow for a roof, two-piece tile roof to be used. And then they found out, well, they wasn't supposed to use two-piece tile roof anyways. So to back up a bit, this is what it looks like. They've taken off the T111 siding and replaced it as part of structural and part of the new windows. And they stuccoed it. And they went to a clean comp roof system instead of the two-piece tile roof. Kept the rest of the shell the same within their budgetary restraints, and put a new roof on. So these are the existing condition before they renovated it.
So this is all old then? It's been
Exactly, that's all old.
Okay. Do we have any new photos, or is that what you're trying to get approved, or is?
Yeah, it's already been built.
Okay.
So because it was mostly interior renovation stuff, it then turned into this problem.
I see.
So
Got it.
these are the new. Well, these are the finished condition drawings. Seem a little blurry to me, but here you go. Yeah. So I think now it kind of looks like it actually looks like it matches the existing architectural style. It's really pretty looking. It's really clean, and all the patrons love it. And they replaced all the windows, did a lot of interior renovations as far as painting and appliances and stuff. Got a new life.
Okay, so what are we exactly looking at? Just taking off the roof and repainting it, and
Right.
are there window changes? It doesn't look like it, except maybe on the existing east elevation.
There was a little bit of changes. Well, I think most of the windows were replaced,
Okay.
but that's a maintenance issue. And then
Okay,
yeah, I think the planner might know what the actual verbiage is, since I believe they're stating that the original building had tile and this building does not. The original building had T111 siding, original meaning what was there before they did any work. And
Okay.
now we're stuccoing it, stuff like that. So it needs to have these approvals.
So this is basically an as-built.
Exactly.
Okay. Do we have a planner? I don't see one listed.
So this is Chris. I'm the planner for the project.
So this project originally came in a couple years ago, and we processed a SCD and a land use permit that I think was reviewed by the SBAR as well. And during the construction, there was some changes that were proposed, including some new AC units and the different roof style and the different colors for the structure. So that's why we determined that it needed to go back to BAR. But those are the main changes: is the style of the roof, the color of the structure, and everything else is the same as was originally proposed.
Okay. So let's just get into questions then. Anyone have questions?
Sure. Yeah, do you have, hi Mark, do you have photos of the existing, of what you need to legalize? I don't quite see it very well. I see the previously approached, but not the
photos of what it looks like now.
Yeah, what it looks like right now. Is that on the front page? Is that all you get? All you have?
We do have some. I don't know if they were sent to the planner or not.
I see some on the one that says northeast dead end. Is that it? Is that all you have?
That's computer rendering.
Oh.
Yeah, so that rendering is what they're proposing to do. If you look on page 5, that shows what was approved. However, the color is not shown. What was originally approved was like a red tile roof, and then the color of the outside of the structure was like a tan, I believe. But it's tough. This is a black and white picture.
So why do we not have photos of what we're supposed to be looking at then? It's kind of odd that we have these old photos, but wouldn't it be not that hard to get new photos?
Yeah, of what's current now?
That we're approving?
I could send you some.
You want to screen share?
I got 3 pics.
Let's do it. Leah, can you give Mark privilege? Not that he's not already, but.
Let's see.
Or I can email them to Chris or any of the Chris's.
Yeah, I think it's pretty easy just to have Leah give you the.
Do you see these? How do I share them?
Just go down to the bottom and say share screen. And then.
The green button.
Stop my share.
Desktop.
You hit the green button, and then you pick whichever application you want to view them on. So it should be open in an application, not just. Or you can send them to me.
Probably would have been done by now.
Well, in the meantime, did we already do questions?
Is the color of the building now the color of the condos, or what? What are the colors?
It's a white, off-white color.
Yeah, so it matches the rest of the buildings, right?
It matches in this color. Yeah.
Yeah.
And a lot of the buildings there are white. You know, the older buildings, the horse stables, there's a number of buildings on site. I just sent it to you, Chris.
Oh, you did? Okay.
I hit button, it takes me to system preferences, and then it asks me questions that I think I'm answering yes, but nothing happens.
Got it.
This is Chris Schmuckel. If you give me control too, I can show you the previously approved plans.
Okay, I've got it going. The previously approved plans, you said?
Yeah.
Well, so I know it's going to be small, but let's see what I can do here. Can you guys see that?
Okay, got it now. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's pretty much like the graph, like the computer model.
Okay.
Really clean. It looks just like the architectural style. The roof really enhances it, actually.
Mm-hmm.
All right, good. Any other questions?
No.
Okay, is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? If so, please raise your hand. Nope. Okay, back to the board for comments. Anyone?
So this is for what, conceptual review or something like that?
Yes.
Yeah, so I really don't have any comment. I mean, I don't feel like I can ask the applicant to re-roof the whole project, and it wouldn't be a two-piece mission tile. So I think it should go to consent for preliminary and final, but I would like better photos for the record.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Alex
Yeah.
and Valerie, what did you just say? You would like better
Photos.
photos? Okay, thanks.
Of the current, yeah.
Okay, any other comments? Nope. There you have it.
Great.
Off you go. Thank you very much.
I'm talking to y'all. Seeing y'all again.
Bye, Mark.
Bye.
Okay, item number 8, Alfano additions. Request of Dave Twitchell, architect for Mark Alfano, or Alfano, for further conceptual review and preliminary and final review of a house remodel and 70 square foot addition to the existing single family dwelling located at 150 Toro Canyon Road. Last heard March 5th of this year. And so, do we have the applicant here? If so, please state your name for the record.
Hi, it's Dane Twitchell.
Oh, not Dave, Dane?
Yes.
Okay, so our, sorry, Dane, our agenda's wrong.
No, that's fine.
And so we have a couple comments here. I'll just read through. Mass bulk and scale are appropriate. Restudy use of vertical and horizontal siding in elevations to establish cohesive style throughout. Change in roof pitch in garage addition appears awkward. Restudy. So.
Right. Yeah, since we last presented this to you, we actually changed the scope of the project quite a bit. We really reduced it quite a bit. So the garage, we're not adding a third car garage anymore. We're leaving the existing garage as is. And on the back, we're doing a much smaller addition off the back. We're just going to put a 70-foot addition next to kind of the dining room area, but we're not adding any more square foot on the back, just a 70 square feet. We're the floor plan, there's a series of additions that were done over the years, and some are at different levels or step down to the sunroom, which is kind of awkward. So we're kind of making it all at one level and opening up the sunroom to the backyard so that we can really get a good view of the backyard from inside the house. But it's just a greatly reduced scope of work over what we looked at last time.
So right here?
Right.
Okay. What else should I look at here?
Yeah, so the elevation, the back elevation, really the biggest thing that changes is we just add folding doors to the backyard instead of the small, that's the existing elevation, and you just have small French windows there, French doors there. So we're adding bigger folding doors and some clerestory lights above that, just to really open it up, get the light, let the light in the main room and get the views out to the backyard.
Okay.
It's a greatly reduced scope from what you looked at last time.
Okay. So did I might have missed this because I was doing other things. But the vertical and horizontal siding, is that not applicable anymore?
It's not applicable, yes.
Okay. And the roof pitch in the garage also doesn't, because you didn't.
Yeah, we're leaving the existing garage alone. We were going to add a third bay to it, but it was a lot of garage for the still house.
Okay. All right. Is that all you want to share with us?
Yes, I think that's it.
Okay. Any questions from the board?
No.
Is there anyone?
I got a question, a brief question. I think one of the main changes is the east elevation where you put the doors and the transom windows above. Do you keep like a board and bat in the space? It's on page 11. In 11, yeah, there you go. Yeah, is that the? Do you keep the board and bat in the over the header and in the middle? Are you sure you want to do that? I mean, I guess I'm trying to see how you're going to detail that.
Right, and one option would be to just frame out that whole triangular area and make it all make it look like it's one continuous unit. All the doors and the windows all. That'd be the other option for that, right?
Okay, all right, that's the question. Okay, yeah. Very good, thanks.
All right, any other questions? Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? Raise your hand. No. Comments from the board. This is here as a reminder, further conceptual, preliminary, and final.
Well, I think that detail that I mentioned, it's a little bit awkward, and if I can come back we could give a preliminary approval and come back on consent to resolve that detail that seems to be really not very well. And I think you should have a trim that covers that, or I don't know. What do you guys think?
Yeah, no, I agree. It should be formed as one whole unit of glass and trimmed out. So yeah, I'd agree preliminary now and come back final consent with that figured out.
Well, I mean, given that this is at the back of the house, can we make that a condition of approval, or do we need to see it again?
Well, I'd like to see how is the detail. They can submit to the building department, right? It's not going to slow them down. They just need to come back to us with a. I would put some much bigger trim around it, and so I don't know. Figure out a way to tie it all together, because it doesn't. It seems discombobulated, Maybe space the wind, figure out how it reads like one unit and not like two different pieces. But yeah.
Okay, so make a motion then, Alex.
Yes, preliminary approval with the comment to return to consent to address the detailing of the rear doorway and transom units.
I'll second that.
All right. Tess?
So just to confirm, it addressed the detailing of the rear doorway and it was the glass units?
Yes, transom. Yeah, transom units. That's the glass over the door.
Okay.
All right. First and second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Dane. And also, the other comment is that his name is Dane, not Dave. Okay. So we could change that in the project description. All right. Moving on to the final item of the afternoon. The Gallegos addition, request of Ted Meter, architect for Alan Gallegos, for preliminary and final approval of a 271 square foot addition to a single family residence. That's a 2,764 square foot single family residence, and a garage, no grading, 2880 Ben Lomond Drive in Santa Barbara, continued from January 22nd of this year. I think I saw Ted up there.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Sorry,
Yeah.
real quick before you guys move forward, just want to confirm it was returning for final on consent for the last one, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Hi, this is Ted Meter, architect for the project. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, I'm not sure why I don't have video, but
yeah,
I don't see any button on my end.
Huh. Yeah, it just has a weird no camera thing on.
The camera light's on. I just don't see any video.
Okay. Well, I'll go ahead and read the comments from the last meeting, Ted, and then I'll hand it over to you, and you can tell me where we should go in the plan set.
Okay, there's only one file, so that's easy.
There's two.
Oh.
There's a render file. All right, so comments. Study sloping roof to integrate better into building. One member feels that as designed, it appears awkward and doesn't match existing building. Restudy ways to integrate. North elevation needs more articulation around windows. Consider utilizing post and beam. Accentuate verticality of fenestration on north elevation. Restudy rake details. Consider using a barge rafter next to the wall. That's it. So take it
That's
away.
it for comments?
Yep.
Okay. In terms of the north elevation, if you could switch to the render PDF and go forward a couple slides. So we can see the north elevation on the back, which is there. There is a little bit more of a post and beam reading to the large fenestration area in the center. The centerpiece is the raised portion is the addition. That is the majority of this project. The roof on the left-hand side of the one-story existing portion is shown here being reframed at a 4 and 12 slope. It's currently an asymmetrical roof, which is about 12 and 12 on this backyard side and about 3 and 12 on the front. And there are too many roof pitches going on here. And the roof on the opposite side of that garage wing, I'm sorry, I'm digressing there, but let me just talk about that north elevation. That was the focus of the issue. The space between the windows is still, we're not expressing that in terms of actual wood post and beam, but the dimensions have been narrowed. The windows have been brought closer together and the top windows have been made taller. So the space between the windows is only 8 inches now. So that's grouping the entire window as more of one, less as punched openings. So I think we've achieved that. That's the best view of it. That's kind of as close as we want to get to the post and beam look, but it's reading a lot less as punched openings now. And this elevation also shows that the 2-foot overhang on the sides of this center portion has been eliminated. We're just going to have pretty much flush to the wall, a couple inches of roof edge reading there. We still have a 3-foot overhang on the north elevation, just basically for looks and some weather protection. It's not creating much shade on this elevation, but we think it's still appropriate. And last issue was integrating the roof of the addition into the, that was actually the first issue, into the roof of the existing house. Well, that is that's a good slide right there. You can stop on that one to show the problem here is this center piece of the roof, kind of by the nature of the project, is a departure. The entire house is very low. The existing living room, which we're replacing here in the center, has about a 7'6" plate, and it rises asymmetrically to about 12 feet high overall. So this is now a great room concept where we've taken all the walls out from the center of this project, and we're kind of relying on a soaring ceiling here. This north window faces a really dramatic view of the mountains from the top of this knob. So that's kind of what the project is all about. So this addition is never going to disappear, but I think with the sawtooth form that we created, and we were able to squeeze some little windows in on the left side of that tall addition. There's a clear story window over there, which you can see from the street. If you keep hopping around on that, you'll see it.
Sorry.
And I think that, and the other thing you can see in this slide right here is that we've actually raised the plate height for the low side of this new high roof so that we can get 8 foot to the bottom of that beam right there. And that in fact separates it from the rest of the roof entirely. There's no part in which the shingles blend together. And so we think that's the more appropriate way to approach this, is to keep it from having to blend. So that's where we are on that. Those were the 3 issues.
Okay.
And I don't think I have anything else to add. This project is a match existing in terms of siding, trim color, sash color, roofing material. We're not touching the left or west side of the house. And for that reason, we're not rethinking the materials in this project. There's no grading and no landscaping in this project. And that's all. I just want to mention that, you know, it's always a double-edged sword trying to bring computer renderings to a meeting like this, but the intent of that was really a study of openings and light and massing. And
oh yeah, no, that helps.
we're not, there's rafter tails that I can't show. There's board and batten siding that I can't show, but since this is a match existing kind of project,
okay,
that is really a conceptual model or a massing model. That's all I have. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Questions from the board?
Do we have any photos in this house?
Should have some photos. I can share my screen if you want.
Unless,
Yeah, I don't think.
no,
there's
we
anything
did.
in this
I mean, I think we
packet.
did initially, but
Only from the original submittal. I have no new photos submitted.
do you want to see those, Val? I mean, it's you could have them share a screen.
Yeah, I'm curious what the view from Ben Lomond or.
Yeah, we got a photo of that, but if I could share my screen, I could show you, or if you can.
Actually, your video is not working, so who knows if that'll work or not. We could try.
It just says host disabled participant screen sharing to me.
So Leah, maybe you can give him some permission. I don't know. I assume I could too.
Give it a try.
Okay. Okay, it's gonna work. Okay, can you see the screen?
Not yet. Yes.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, that is actually a south view. This is not what you're looking for. This is the elevation that you can see from Ben Lomond, although this is not the direction you can see it.
Right.
You can see the existing porch here, and there's a flat roof of basically no slope. And that flat porch roof is really the reason that we want to reframe this side of the house to a 4 and 12 roof slope that goes all the way out to the porch beam. So the house will be 13 inches taller at the ridge because of this whole wing, but that is minor compared to the 16-foot height of the center portion. And I really think it cleans up the look. Let me see if I have a better picture. Okay. Maybe screen sharing is not going to work for me.
I wonder, would Google Street View show us?
Yeah, I have that, but I'm having trouble moving around right now.
Okay, well, that's all right. I'll take over and we'll give it a shot. I think.
There we go. Oh, I can get you on here.
What's going on?
Okay, if you're still looking at my screen, Google Street View is going to come up.
Sorry, I blew it. You want to share again, please?
Okay, coming your way. Okay, can you see that screen on me?
Yeah.
Okay, that is what you can see from Ben Lomond Drive. Looking through the existing breezeway to remain. There's a window and a garage door to the right. That's a semi-detached garage across the breezeway. The two windows to the left of the breezeway are to remain, and then there's a new entry door addition just to the left of that. But this is what you can see. And
Oh, I guess we're not seeing what you're talking about.
Yes, really interesting. I think we're still seeing Chris's screen.
Okay, that's why I can't see anything.
Maybe I lost it.
I've been like, where did everybody go? So try to screen share it. Do the green button again.
Okay, I got to redo it. Yes.
I stole it from you.
And can anybody see that?
No.
Yes.
There, okay, yes.
Okay, that's the Google Street View of this house, and that pretty much encompasses all you can see. This is the end of the driveway. The addition would actually be behind this tree to the left, the part that sticks up,
Right,
16 feet.
Okay.
And the house is low and long, ranch, but the addition of that flat roof over the porch is just really shoddy looking. And there's really no way to redo it because the roof would still be just as flat. So we're proposing to build up this entire wing to a 4 and 12 symmetrical roof shape.
All right. Good.
To the right there, you have a single garage door and a window, and that's going to be replaced with a double 16-foot garage door.
Okay. Any? I think we did questions, right?
I
We're in the middle of questions.
I have questions. If you go back to the drawing set, and
Yeah,
you go
just
to page
stop
7,
screen share so somebody can take over.
Yeah, Chris, it's just take it. Yeah, go to 7, page 7.
No. That was a pain in the ass. Okay.
7. Okay, enlarge the front of the large living room right there. Yeah.
So that's actually the back, the north.
Yeah. The one we were talking in the comments and we commented on. This is different from what is shown in the sketch in the
render.
Rendering. So which one prevails, the rendering or the drawing?
Those are matching, with the exception of those 3 windows on the clear story part on the right, on the left.
No, like in this drawing.
Those 3 windows.
No. I'm talking about the main centerpiece, which is
The main center that matches very closely to the line drawing. I don't think there's any discrepancy.
I see the windows touching the floor, and I see much thinner space in between. The windows, the 2 windows go to the floor. You have them raised, and right. I mean, there's simply more room, more like an 8, 9 inches in between.
Yeah.
As opposed to 6. I'm just curious as to what is that. Seems there. There you go. That is not what is shown in the elevation. Which one are you proposing? The one in the drawing or the one in the rendering?
The one in the drawing, really.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I think it's better. I think it's better. I think it ties it all together. That's why I was questioning that. I think it brings it more closer.
Yeah, basically it's going to be a 6x6 lumber wrapped as tightly as we can with individual windows.
And I know you have another idea, but I would paint it the same color as the window frame, and it will look one piece. But anyway, it's a minor thing.
Okay. Other questions, Alex?
Nope.
Yeah, I have a question. You said you're going to cut the overhang off at the sloping roof?
No, the previous design had 2 feet of overhang on those sides that you're pointing at now. And this design shows no overhang.
Yeah, no rakes. Okay.
That was I was asked to remove that at the last meeting.
I see. Uh-huh.
Yeah. And I agree, that was goofy looking.
Any other questions?
Nope.
Okay. Is there anyone just disappearing? Anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? No attendees. Comments from the board?
I think it's fine. The applicant complied with just about everything we asked for, and I think it's a fine addition.
Yeah, I think that the only thing I would maybe make a suggestion is that looking at the north elevation, if the three clear story window, the ones that are part of the whole grouping, if they were a little bit lower and you had a little bit more wall above them,
Above, okay.
it might look a little more in context with the side walls, make it into a piece altogether.
Yeah, I want the top to read as a wall, not as a beam.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So it could be a little bit lower and allow a little more plaster there.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with that. I didn't want to say it, but I totally agree with that. 6, 8, 9, 10 a foot lower. I think it will frame the whole wall. You know.
Right. You're still going to have a big view of the mountains.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other comments?
Yeah, I mean, could we see the elevation, the west elevation? I mean, I'm wondering, does the
west
3.1 would do it.
Well, that's a section of it.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, the bottom drawing shows the street view.
Roof. I mean, it's got like a fascia board there, right?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
That's what reads as a.
I mean, where this, you're getting rid of this flat roof. You're not going to put a fascia board on the rest of the building.
No, but there are no there's no rake edges on the building either.
Well,
except for that.
You're going to have these exposed rafter tails here.
Yes.
On the rest of the building.
Yes.
Okay.
And on the eave edges of the addition too, there's exposed rafter tails on the low and the high sides.
Uh-huh. So there's going to be a gutter coming down over that those tails? Or
There's only going to be a gutter on the bottom edge on the south side.
Uh-huh. Well, okay.
So you're moving your front door too, it looks like.
Yeah, that's a small addition right there to make a new laundry room, slightly larger entry.
The door looks really thin.
The door is on a 45-degree angle. It's oblique.
There you go.
It's a crazy house. There's a number of different angles in it.
Yeah, there are a lot of
right here. Okay.
unusual angles. Yeah.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay, this is here for preliminary and final. Someone want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion for that with the comments.
With the condition to lower the top of the north transoms by what, 9 inches? Is that?
Yeah, great.
Yeah, something like that. Mhm.
9 to 12 inches. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Does that make sense, Tess?
Yes, it does. No problem.
Yeah, so I had the grouping of the 3 windows at the center of the north elevation should be shifted lower approximately 9 to 12 inches.
No, just the top of the window, because we're not shifting the whole window. Just lower the.
Making the window smaller, basically.
Yeah.
I see. Okay, so lower.
Reduce the height of the transom windows by 9 to 12 inches.
There you go.
Okay.
And sorry, what were the window? What's the wording of the window? Transom. Okay.
Transom. Yeah.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Val made a motion.
No,
I did.
I made a motion. Val seconded the motion. And we're in
is that what
the
happened?
discussion or voting.
Okay, so all those in favor?
I didn't hear that. I heard Val make.
I thought I heard Val make the motion. No?
But Alex, we
Yeah, I
Okay,
did
all right,
make
I'll
the
second the motion then.
It's got to be official, man. All right, so Val first, Alex second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? And a motion carries. Thank you.
And the motion was for prelim and final, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay.
Right, so that brings us to the end of this wonderful afternoon. We started slow, but we picked up in the afternoon and we did well. So thank you,
That's
Mr.
right.
Chair. Very well done.
Thank you. Next time somebody's going to have to help me drive.
That will be Josh coming
Yeah.
back.
And actually, I don't think I'm going to be here the next meeting.
Well,
Today is 9th. Yeah, 23rd. I'm not sure I'm going to be here, so it'll be all Josh. He can feel it.
Oh, he can do everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I have warning, I'm going to miss the next meeting after that, whatever the one in early August.
Okay, I think Josh is also. So,
No, I think Josh is missing the second one in August.
oh, that's right.
Just you and me, Alex.
All right.
all right, guys.
So
Very
thank you
good.
for your help, guys. We will now. Does somebody want to make a motion to adjourn?
Alex wants to make that motion.
No, I'm not moving. No. I'm gonna be
John, you haven't made a motion today.
John, make a motion.
Okay, I make a motion to adjourn and be happy.
I'll second that. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thanks, everybody.
Okay.
Thanks, everybody. Have a great weekend.